See victims. Hey, TK. Yeah, I haven't seen you here in a while. Yeah, the Kool-Aid Yo plays, eh. It's meh at best. Now this senior rice pudding, that stuff's pretty good. Same here, dude. Life is interesting right now, that's for sure. Life is definitely interesting. They certainly add enough artificial food coloring. Talk about, bright pink and red. Hey, DeWitt. Yeah, it's really bright. And the cherry was like seriously red, like lots of FDA red number or whatever. But I wanted to try. It was the same price as the regular yogurt, so I figured try it. But it's Kool-Aid branded Yoplait yogurt. I mean, it tastes okay, but it just tastes like a sugar bomb. How much sugar is in it? Yeah, 150 calories, which is more than the normal yogurt, and 31 grams of sugar. Hey, Anthony Stike. I mean, it tastes okay, but the regular yogurt has fruit in it. This doesn't taste like any fruit. If there's any fruit in there, it's pureed smooth. Hmm. It's better than the cherry. It's got more citrusy taste to it. See, the cherry au play is my favorite. So I thought I'd like the Kool-Aid cherry, but it actually tastes like Kool-Aid cherry, kind of, that heavy sugar cherry taste. Hello, Joe. Hopefully the bright pink won't be too disgusting. I'm starving. Hello, Francis. I'll be done in a second. Nice. I look forward to seeing that. Matt's Headspace. Done with that. Got something in my belly. I'm surprised you had that much trouble. My longer printers have been very consistent and reliable for me. I mean, there's always that chance of bad luck. Shoes off, sweat. A post stream today is going to be not fun. I'm probably going to have to throw away a couple $100 worth of food. That's not going to be fun. Especially with how much food costs right now. The refrigerator, I think my refrigerator died. I know the freezer's still working, but the fridge is not cooling properly. I cranked everything down last night and see what it does, but I think the fridge is dead. Although I got to empty everything out of it, anything that's untrustworthy, because I noticed, like, for example, the sour cream's got fungus in it, mold. So that means anything that's dairy or touchy, right in the garbage. If it even looks at me funny, it's going in the garbage. Like, I pull a piece of food out of there and it gives me a wink, it's going away. But I don't think this refrigerator has any refrigeration in the refrigerator. I don't think it has any at all. I think it uses I think the freezer is the only part that has refrigeration, and I think there's a channel between the freezer and the fridge, and then there's a fan that's on a thermostat that draws cold air in from the freezer as needed to keep the refrigerator at whatever temperature it needs. So it could just be that assembly that's bad, so it might be something that's repairable. Or it might be something that's just iced over. Maybe the ice in the freezer is iced over that assembly, and now it can't move air into the fridge. So that means I have to empty everything. I have to pull everything out of the fridge, pull everything out of the freezer. Check the pathway between fridge and freezer and see if it's hopefully it's just iced over. I mean, I'll still lose all the food, but block cheese will probably be okay. Things like mustard, ketchup, salad dressings, those will probably be okay because they don't really require much refrigeration. But anything dairy is going to be bad. Anything leftover is gone. Anything else that's an open package, it's gone. It's not worth getting sick over. Food poisoning can kill you. So yesterday we made up a whole bunch of tortillas and used up all the cheese. Just to avoid the cheese going bad because that's $4 a pound. And so I gotta try to die. I got the two electric coolers. I brought them in so that I can well, the one's gonna be just for eggs. I'm gonna put all the eggs in the one, and then because I have 8 dozen eggs and I don't want them to go bad. What led me to understand something was wrong was the fact that the fruit flies were surviving in the fridge. It's like, that's not normal. Usually I trap them in the fridge and they die. But now they were surviving. It's like, how are they surviving? This does not appear to be working correctly. I thought that would stay on for a few hours. Not true. TRT Nordland, are you in Europe? If you are in Europe, that might be partially true. Well, they fly in there, and I kind of don't mind because then they get to die a slow death. Eggs do not need to be cooled. Some European eggs do not need to be cooled. All American eggs need to be cooled. Okay. When an egg comes out of a chicken, there is actually would you call it? A membrane or meniscus that surrounds the egg. Okay? If you have a chicken egg and you clean it off but don't scrub it off, and that meniscus is intact, you can do what's called water glassing. And then you can store eggs for 6 to 12 months sitting on your countertop. as long as they don't get too hot. However, 100% of non-direct farm eggs sold in the United States are washed. Matter of fact, it's illegal to sell eggs in a grocery store that aren't washed, which means that meniscus is removed, and the egg is therefore permeable. So gases can move in and out of the egg. So if you're in, for example, I know the UK, it's actually illegal to sell washed eggs. They're required to leave the meniscus intact. So when you go to the UK, you'll see eggs just sitting unrefrigerated in the grocery store. And that's normal because the meniscus is intact, or membrane, or what. I might be using the wrong word, but there's some kind of a skin, some kind of a membrane on the outside of a raw egg. So if you live in a country there where you can get raw eggs like that, then there's a lot you can do to not refrigerate them. However, if you are in the United States, you need to refrigerate your eggs. You can leave them out on a counter for a week, as long as you're going to use them up in that time. No, the colors have nothing to do with it. The colors are actually completely random. The colors have absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever. The United States tends to have white eggs because our sellers and our culture has said, clean, glistening white eggs are good. But if you get eggs from your local farms, people who have chickens and stuff like that, you'll get all kinds of colors. All different shades of brown, blue, reds, and whites. And they don't turn white after being cleaned. The color of the egg does not change when you clean it. Think of the color of the egg as the equivalent of melanin in our skin. The difference between, colored people and white people. We don't have much melanin. They have a whole bunch of melanin. That's just random. My guess is it has to do with what they're fed, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't say that. Well, I don't know how we end up with mostly white eggs. That's a good question. Well, we should look into that. It might be a certain breed of chicken that we use has a propensity to make white eggs, because I know you can get brown eggs. I mean, I bought a whole bunch of brown eggs from Walmart because they were cheaper than the white eggs. But that's usually something that is sold separately. They're actually sold as brown eggs. As far as how they get so consistent, maybe they just dispose of all the non-white eggs and recycle them as feed. I don't know. Yeah, I'm assuming it's based on a breed, and that the breed we use tends to produce white eggs. Oh, interesting. Corn makes more yellow. Huh. Something I miss about Pennsylvania is that the one store I went to, the Bensalem Wholesale Foods, they only got them maybe 4 or 5 times a year, so like every other month or so, but it was wonderful when they did. I could actually go and buy a dozen double yolk eggs. So I could specifically buy eggs that had double yolk. The whole dozen would be double yolk. I love yolk. Interesting. So Anthony says size and color are actually based upon the breed and feed, which makes sense. You know what I need to figure out? I need to figure out how do people, I'm guessing, I wonder if OBS can do it? I don't know. But how do people do that where they highlight a comment and they bring it up on the screen? Like, make a comment part of the stream. I just tried to do it in YouTube, and obviously I'm not going to be able to do it in YouTube. It's got to be something to do with my streaming software. But I don't know how to do that. What's DP'd mean? Here's something interesting. I don't know how good it is yet because I just started using it today. But you know how we have those self-heating mugs? I actually got one of the glowstone mugs. Oh, okay. um, um, I got one of those glowstone mugs. It actually works fantastically. Very expensive. I got it for free, so I didn't have to pay for it. But they're like 150 bucks. Well, Walmart has a heated mug for $40. Comes with a little charging cradle. Instead of using wireless, there's two electronic contact tracks on the bottom, and then there's two pogo pins on the dock. So when you stick it on the dock, each pin touches one of the tracks. It's got a 2900 milliamp battery inside, and apparently this thing will keep the coffee hot electrically, like heat, like actual heater inside, for 2 to 3 hours. That's impressive for $40. I mean, that's 1/4 the price of what you'd pay for something similar on Amazon. I mean, it's plastic, but who cares? My only gripe is that it only holds 12 ounces. It's like, yeah, that's not much. Give me a 24-ounce version. So only Streamlabs does that? So anybody who does that, so I can't do that in OBS? What is studio mode? I don't want to click it because I don't know what it'll do. Yeah, I have no idea what that'll do if I click that. Yeah, for some reason my connection to my big screen stopped working. The big screen works fine, but I can't connect the PC to it anymore. And I haven't gotten around to diagnosing what it is. I have a feeling it's the HDMI cable. Like there's something wrong with the HDMI cable. Both ends are plugged in, but I don't have another 2.0 class HDMI cable to drive, the screen off the computer with it. Oh, okay. Oh, so I can bring up another scene, start prepping it, make changes to it without actually interrupting the current. Okay. I see. And then you can transition between them. Oh, that's kind of cool. Cool. Yeah, I'm assuming it's a cable issue because I doubt the actual port is bad. Although I haven't tried to plug it into something else. It just says no signal. I can do everything else, but I can't do the computer. And let me tell you, it's cramped working on one computer screen when you're used to working on two. It's really, really cramped. I got a third screen, but I have to build my own mount for the third screen because it's designed to allow you to have two portrait screens like this or two landscape screens like this, but it's not designed to allow you to have two landscape screens like this. So the second arm isn't long enough to get that second screen above the first screen. So I haven't been able to get my 3-screen setup going yet. SPC 3D. But yeah, I miss double yolk eggs. Oh man. Especially when you nailed it right. I'm actually thinking about grabbing that little 17-inch Blackstone griddle they have. It's only $97 at Walmart. It's a single burner. You can run it off the little 1-pound cans if you want. But it'd be great in the kitchen here for, when I just really want that griddle action. Because some things just work better on the griddle, like, cooking steak sandwiches just works better on the griddle. Anybody else notice that Steakums, you can no longer make a steak sandwich with one piece of steak? You got to use two now. I mean, I just don't know if it's my appetite that's changed or if they've shrunken it. Considering how much the grocery store shrink rate has been active lately, I don't doubt they might have shrunk it. Yeah, no shit. Like even these yogurts, you know, I don't know how many of you remember, but these things used to be 8 ounces, and they were 40 cents. So on sale, you'd get them for 25 cents a piece. Now they're 6 ounces, and 50 cents is on sale. Normal price is 64. I mean, for freaking yogurt. They still taste good though, although greasy as hell, man. Jesus. Anybody who has the Ibotta app, hopefully you do. Hopefully you'll sign up using my link, since I get a $10 spiff if you sign up for Ibotta through my name. But the Ibotta app has toothpaste. No toothpaste, whatever that means. I don't know, some kind of funky brand of toothpaste. But if you guys want a deal, you order it at Walmart, and you could do curbside pickup for a single item if it's not refrigerated without being charged a fee, which is nice. um, let's see. I should have it in here. Come on. There it is. So, no toothpaste, whatever that means. Come on, focus. Focus, you fuck. There you go. Natine. But a 4.7 ounce tube of toothpaste. They have a couple different varieties, but it's $6 and you get $6 back. So you just pay tax and you get a free tube of toothpaste. So hell yeah. I bought one with each of our 3 accounts. um, let's see, what's another good deal? Shao loves those energy drinks. I think they're dumb, but these Zoa energy drinks, that's $1.50 back. They're $2.28 a piece. So for 78 cents, you get, energy drinks. Whatever. She likes them, and we can afford 78 cents. And then, what's the other really good deal? They still have the Pompion olive oil for $1.20 back each. And then there's this candy stuff called Knoppers. She likes them, and we get them because they're dirt cheap. It's a 6-pack of them for $2.78, and you get $1.50 back on each. So you're paying, what, $1.18 for 6 of them. So you're paying less than a quarter each. I wonder if that works. I honestly wonder if that does anything. Just because Coke is so aggressive. I was excited to see a Scott Tissue coupon, but there's no good deals for Scott Tissue available. Now, I wonder if you guys have noticed this. Let me show you. Because this is really annoying. So, this is Scott 1000. Okay, I only use 1,000 sheet single ply. None of this is a good deal. This is all a horrible deal. These are horrible prices, except maybe this with the coupon. 5, you get 8, but that's still very expensive for toilet paper. The only good deal is the 20-pack. Let me show you this. Where is it at? Did they finally take it down? They might have finally removed it. But they had a 20-pack for 12 something. And that's 30 rolls. That's horrible. That's $1 a roll. Who the hell pays $1 a roll for toilet paper? I mean, that's insane. Here it is. Here it is. Scott 1000, $12.98 for 20 rolls. Okay? Especially combined with the coupon, that's a good deal. That's like 62 cents a roll, 62 to 65 cents a roll, which is pretty comparable to cheap price you can get. All right? But it's never available. You know, it says shipping. Shipping arrives to Edgewood. You know, everything looks like it's here. It looks like it's available. It lets me add it to the cart. One added. But when I go to the cart, it says currently unavailable. Now, something I've noticed that Walmart tends to do is they'll have fake prices so that they can advertise low prices without actually honoring low prices. So they'll put something like that up on their site so they can claim to have low prices on toilet paper, but nobody can buy it. It says it's available. It acts like it's available. It lets you add it to your cart without any error. It's been doing this for weeks. Yet when you go to actually check out, it says unavailable. Now, are they doing that on purpose? Are they scamming everybody, gaslighting everybody so they can pretend they have low prices when in reality they never actually intended to ever allow anybody to buy it for that price? They just do that for an unavailable SKU so they can pretend like it's available? Because every aspect says it's normal. Now here's the crazy part. Look at this. This is the normal one. So here, this 20 roll one, same thing. 20 rolls, 1,000 sheets, Scott. Pick up today in Edgewood. So why can't I have this price? So why can't I have that price? It's like this fictional price is never available. It says pickup not available, which is bullshit because it absolutely positively is available right there. Pick up today in Edgewood. There is no difference. It's the same thing. It's like they just have this scam where they put this unavailable thing as if it's available, and then it's never actually available. Really aggravating. I hate when people play with you. I'm thinking about calling up and raising a fuss just to see if they'll give it to me to make me go away. They don't always have to order that, because if you notice here, see how they have this little, oh, you can't see, hang on. See, they have their gotcha card available. Look here, see? Price when purchased online. So they're telling you that that's an online only price, that will not be honored in the store. It doesn't. See, pickup not available at Edgewood. And if let's go check nearby. See, it's not available anywhere. It's the exact same product, but with a different SKU. It says it's only by shipping. But when you go to add it to your cart, see, look, it says add it to the cart. Fine. Add 2. Add 3. Add 4. Add 5. Maximum 9. But then when you go to your cart, not available. Like anything else you try to order, it'll actually tell you as soon as you click add. The moment you click add, it's going to say not available. But this one magically pretends it's available and never errors until you go to the cart. Then it says, then and only then, it says it's not available. So I'm thinking it's some sort of scam that Walmart does to pretend they have better prices. Really annoying. Why play games with people? I mean, just, No, because I've seen it with other things. I've seen that other unavailable items will have an unusually good price, but only while they're unavailable. The moment stock is returned, that crazy price is gone. It's back to its normal price. I can't. There's no one else near here. I got Walmart and then Smith's. That's it. That's one of the downsides of living in the middle of nowhere. Wow, that's actually too hot. We're going to lower that to 140. Yeah, but Smith's cost a lot more. What does Smith's charge for that? Yeah, Smith's is only good if you get it on sale. Otherwise, very expensive. Yep. Smith's is a great deal. If you want to pay over $1 a freaking roll for toilet paper. Yeah, drop dead. Over my dead body am I paying $1 a roll for toilet paper. Wow. Jesus. That is so much money. And apparently this 4-pack for $4.49 is a sale price. You consider $1.12.5 to be a sale price? Yeah, but the problem is Costco is 60 miles away, round trip. You know, it's 28 miles one way. And you also got to pay $60 a year to be a member of Costco. Yeah, that's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hey, here's a 12-pack for $11.79. That's almost under $1 a roll. Until you add tax. Then you're above $1 a roll again. Even my go-to toilet paper is pretty expensive now. I'll show you. Stop it. Here's my go. Oh, they raised the price again. Wow. Case of 96 rolls for $72. I used to buy this for $40 a case. Even the open box one is $60. Which is actually not horrible. Well, that's why I got to get those bidets installed. Oh, nice. By the way, if you want the cheapest source of chicken available, it's Costco. You buy their $5 rotisserie chickens. You usually get between 3 and 4 pounds of meat on each chicken. So let's assume worst case scenario, 3 pounds. You shred it, and then you vac bag it and put it in the freezer. It's $1.67 a pound for the meat, and you still have the bones to make a broth with. Well, the heater works. I enjoyed delivering pizza for Papa John's, but the pay sucked. My average pay was $3.60 an hour. That's including tips. $3.60 an hour is tough. That's a rough one. When you're working 3 jobs and you're desperate, you take whatever you can get. But here it'd be even worse. There are some of the drivers here tell me they have deliveries that are 30 miles. Like, 12 plus miles there, 12 plus miles back. Like they deliver to Moriarty. It's like, if you think you're going to pay me $9 an hour and you're only going to give me a $2.25 delivery fee and I'm going to drive 25 miles in my car, you're crazy. You'll never make any money. I mean, what is the math on that? Your cost is $18. It's going to cost you $18. And you're only going to make $18.81, $19. Let's call it 19 bucks. Okay? So you're going to make the $2.25 delivery fee, that part of the delivery fee, because they charge $3 and it doesn't go to the driver. But they give you $2.25 for mileage and $9 an hour. It's going to take you half an hour, so you're going to get paid $4.50. Nope. I hit multiply. You're going to make $6.72, but you just spent $19 on your car. So you'd have to get a $12 tip to break even. You literally, you'd have to get a $12 tip from that order to get zero, to break even at zero, meaning you covered the mileage for your car. That's it. You got no pay. You got paid zero. It's like, why would you do that? I mean, when they're willing to pay me 62.7 cents a mile and at least $19 an hour, I'll go back to pizza delivery. But even that would barely break even. I mean, if you'd put 30 miles on your car, your mileage would be covered, and you'd make 10 bucks. But at least you'd make something if you got a tip. I mean, but $9 an hour with a delivery radius of over 15 miles? No. You're just going to destroy your car, and you will destroy your car. It's all dirt roads out here. Wait until you freaking hit the washboarding on some of these roads. As you drive down the fucking road. Oh, my head hurts now. I should have done that. I mean, Jesus. 62 cents a mile assumes highway miles. That doesn't assume, rural dirt and gravel backroad miles. It's just, you can't make any money. I mean, you just can't. I mean, and yet, the only reason they can get away with that is because people are desperate. Even though the work economy is very good right now, in a small rural town like mine, there's a limited number of jobs. And you can see what they're doing. It's coming. You see all the jobs, all these corporations are cutting because they want to shift the balance back toward there being more people than jobs so they can continue with slavery. Right now, there's more jobs than people. And so the people have control. They have a say. And they're trying to cut as many jobs as they can to flip that metric again back to the slavery metric where you don't have a choice. You take whatever job is available or you get nothing. They're desperately trying to make that shift. Cinnamon vanilla is pretty good. I like that. Oh, man, I shouldn't have shook my head like that. That gave me a headache. But yeah, no, I wouldn't go back to that. Not for that price. $19 an hour, full federal standard for mileage. Anything less, not interested. Oh, and the store's insurance covers my car while I'm driving for them. And of course, no pizza place is ever going to pay that, so. I would consider that minimum wage. But what are you going to do? What the hell did it do that for? Oh, I must have hit the minimize button. So I got some stuff in for, well, just one thing. It arrived at the post office today. So after I'm done the stream, I'm going to go get it. I still have to get a pole because you have to mount it high enough for it to work. I found a 22-foot aluminum pole on Marketplace for $100, but I don't know how to get it. I don't know how to get something that's 22 feet long. It's not worth it to take the pickup truck and the trailer because that's going to cost me $50 in gas. This is all the way west outside of Albuquerque. It's going to be 100 miles round trip. You know, with the electric car, okay, but I can't go 100 miles electric car, so I can't do that. And I also have no way of putting a 22-foot pole on the electric car. So I'd have to take the 18-foot trailer with the pickup truck, which is going to cost, 10 or 11 miles per gallon, 12 miles per gallon, and over 100 miles. So that's not going to work. So I got to figure out how to get a pole. I mean, I got some short poles. I got some 8-foot poles so I can get something mounted. But what I got is a turbine. So, I have this Bluetti box. Can I move this over here so I can see this? Yeah. So I've got the Bluetti box here. That's available on Amazon now. It's $240. But so this I already have. But I got this. This is available at Walmart, the 100-watt version for $129. But then I saw an open box version here. And it was like, what was it, $180? Yeah, $181. So $181. I got a 200-watt turbine. And that arrived today. I didn't really have the money for it, but I put it on my credit card, so I'll have to pay it off. But that's a 200-watt turbine, and we get a lot of wind here. So even if I only get, a couple hundred watts a day out of it, that's especially at night, I'll be able to recover some power when the solar is not giving me anything. I already have one of these from, I got it for a review, so, I got it for free. So I'll be setting that up. 200 watts is more than enough. And this Bluetti box is capable of accepting 200 watts of solar input. What is the output of this? It should be within spec. What is the voltage? Oh, yeah, there it is, connected to the B3A right there. No, that's the 77. 26 volts, good. So it's under the 28-volt limit. So I'll be able to connect that panel directly to it. So I'll have this and this both going into the Bluetti box. And I don't have to worry about overamping because this will just stop accepting power past a certain amount. But also the solar and the units will be going to charge the batteries as well. So I'll be hooking up two of these to it. Can you guys see that? Yeah, okay. So I'll be hooking up two of these batteries to it. To have two of those. That's what is that? Is that 120 watt hours? 112 times 20, 240, I think. Yeah, 240 plus 240 plus 210. That's almost 700 watt hours of capacity, which should be enough to go 12 hours. So that should give me enough power to go a minimum of 12 hours. But since I'll have both wind and solar connected to it, it shouldn't be a problem keeping it fully charged. So probably what I'll do is have I'll probably have a 28-volt transformer going from, or just take the 24 volts coming out of the battery, run the batteries as a 24-volt pack, and then directly connect the batteries to the Bluetti box. And so they'll both connect right to that, to the 28 millimeter connector right there. So I gotta figure out how I want to do that, because I could also hook up an inverter and connect them to this. But I don't need that. I don't need a fast charge. The highest discharge rate I'm gonna have is the highest discharge rate is going to be 60 watts, you know, the power the printer's consuming. So I don't need that much power. The only problem is, how do I keep... Well, no, the batteries have a built-in BMS. So the two batteries will keep this box fully charged. And then when the batteries get depleted, their BMSs will cut off. Yes, this is a lithium iron phosphate. I made sure of that. Here we go. So you can see that here. Yeah, lithium iron phosphate. Now I do have I did make my first contact with another company to review a battery. The good news is it's huge. It's this monster right here, which I should have next week. This is 1500 watt hours, and it's capable of putting out 30 amps, and it has a 2400 watt inverter. The only problem is it uses tenorary cells, which is the worst possible cell you could use indoors. Because though that particular battery chemistry, it's an EV grade chemistry. It's a no, not an EV grade chemistry. It's a commercial grade chemistry. It's a high performance chemistry. So very compact, very high power output, but also very energetic. If one cell shorts and hits 300 degrees, that's it. It's popping off, and they're all going off. And 1500 watt hours is a lot of freaking power to pop off. So that will be an outdoor only battery. You know, at least when you're not monitoring it, it'll be an outdoor battery. I'll probably try to sell it to someone local who wants to use it because it has an RV hookup, so an RV person would like this. I should also be able to charge my electric car with that. That will have enough power to charge my electric car for about an hour and 10 minutes. Which means if it works, I should be able to charge my car on the side of the road. I only need to charge the car for a couple of minutes, so that if I hammer the throttle and I force the car to kill the battery and turn off, I can use that to plug the car in for a couple of minutes to reset the BMS in the car, so I don't have to call a tow truck. That'll allow me to be more aggressive with the throttle in the car and try to figure out where it fails. But yeah, I'd probably try to pretty quickly sell it to an RVer who wants, you know, because storing it's not a problem. You know, just having it sitting in your house, not a problem. These batteries do not just cook off on their own. They cook off when they're damaged, or they cook off if the charge circuitry is improper and it overcharges. So while you're using it as a UPS, they're dangerous. Just sitting there is not dangerous. So an RV user is going to love this. They put it outside, put a Tupperware over it to keep the rain off of it, and they can use it as a UPS for their entire RV. So if I can sell it for like $1,200 to somebody, then I can use that $1,200 to buy a lithium iron phosphate larger battery. So what would I need? Like, I'd want at least a kilowatt hour. I have a few of them saved in here. Let's see here. This is a Bluetti, but I don't know if it's lithium. Yeah, this is Lifebow. This is a 20 or 2 kilowatt hour, but it's way above my budget, so I can't afford that. Is there something else a little smaller? Something in the this one's 2,000 watt, but what is the battery chemistry? 2,000 watt. It says 2,000 watt, but what's the watt hours? 2,000 watt doesn't mean anything. Are you going to tell me what the goddamn watt hour capacity is or not? 1,997 watt hours. Okay, so that's a big one. Okay. Which means it's probably not lithium iron phosphate, which means I don't want it. Oh, it is lithium iron phosphate. Okay, lithium iron phosphate, 3,500 plus. Good. So I would probably try to sell it and get one of these. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at. I mean, it's not as nice as the itinerary one, but it's safer. But that's got 2 kilowatt hours of power, almost 2 kilowatt hours, with a 2,000 watt inverter. So that would be a much better match for me, since it's much safer. much safer. So yeah, that's probably the best one. Depends on what I can sell the other one for. Somebody who there's a lot of RVers around here, so there's a decent chance I might be able to sell it. What other decent one do we have around here? What's this one here? That one's 1,200 watt hours, $1,400. And pretty low power though, only 1,200 watt inverter. You see, I'm thinking during the day with 1.5 to 2 kilowatt hours. The Tenerary is a lithium polymer, but it's the one with the cobalt cathode. The Tenerary is one of the least safe of the lithium batteries. It's one of the most energetic. It'll very readily pop off if it gets too hot. But I'm getting it for $260, so I'm not complaining. Do my review, take my pictures, I'll test it out, I'll play with it. I just won't keep it very long. I'll try to get rid of it very quickly so that I can switch over to something that's lithium iron phosphate. And it's not even just the safety, which is the most critical thing for me, but it's the longevity too. The Tenerary cells are only good for 600 to 800 charge cycles, while the lithium iron phosphate are good for 3,000 or 4,000 charge cycles to 80%. That's a big difference. That's the difference between something lasting 5 years and something lasting 20 or 30 years. That's a pretty significant difference. So what I want to do is I want to I'll 3D print covers for all the light switches to block off the light switches because they won't be used anymore. And then I'll cap the wires going to the light fixtures and the ceiling fans, just cap them. This way I'll leave them there. This way, if I ever do become fortunate enough to become wealthy enough to upgrade my house to something a little nicer, they can go back to using all of the normal stuff if they want. And what I'll do is I'll run my own Romex through the house. Just run it right along the ceiling. And that'll go to a single plug, because it's only going to be running, 600 watts of stuff. Even if I turned everything on, it's only going to be 600 watts. And but I'm also going to run an additional outlet down to the kitchen, so that, for example, I can run the microwave, coffee maker, the induction cooktop. I can run that off the battery as well. Since that will allow me to basically cook for free. With a big enough battery, I might be able to just make the fridge and freezers part of that circuit. Maybe. I'd prefer to have the fridges and freezers on a separate circuit so that they have their own dedicated power supply, just because it's such an important thing to not run out of power for. If we assume 150 watts per hour, well, no, it should be about 3 kilowatts per day. Because I'll be running, I'm gonna decommission most of my freezers and switch over to the 2 larger freezers for power efficiency. I eventually want to get more of those freezers and have a 2x2 setup in the shed. So I'll have 2 freezers here and 2 freezers here, but only 2 will be running. And then I'll have all 4 freezers plugged into the same grid with individual switches. So these 2 on, these 2 off. And then if something, or if I just want to thaw them, I can just, turn off these 2 freezers, turn on these 2 freezers, transfer all the food into the other 2 freezers, and then let these freezers thaw, and then they become decommissioned until the next 6 months when I do it again, or 12 months. And this way, if I ever have a freezer failure, I've already got 2 freezers wired up, ready to go. Hit the switches, move the food over. And at minus 20, you're going to have 6 to 8 hours before they thaw, or more. You could get upwards of 24 hours with that much food in the freezer. So you'll have 24 hours to figure out something went wrong and switch everything over. And but that's my ultimate objective, is to have 4 7 cubic foot freezers, 2 and 2, only running 2 at a time. But 3 kilowatts a day, it's 3,000 watts, divided by 24. I did times 24, I don't know why. So that's 125 watt hours per hour. So, best case scenario, times 10, that's 1.2 kilowatt hours. Worst case scenario, 12 hours, 1.5 kilowatt hours. So minimum 1.5 kilowatt hour battery capacity, optimally 3 kilowatt hour battery capacity. Because 3 kilowatt hours would give me full 24-hour cycle of power. Even at a worst case scenario, probably less. So that is 3,000 watt hours divided by 12. So that means I need 250 amp hours of power. So the ideal solution for that would be to use 2 200 amp hour batteries, which would give me 400 amp hours times 12. That's 4.8 kilowatt hours. That's more than enough. That's enough for a day and a half, 2 hours worth of a day and a half to 2 days worth of power. So ideally, I'd want 2 200 amp hour batteries. The single 200 watt solar panel will be more than enough to power that. Because you're gonna, well, not really. No, you'd want like a single 300 or 400 watt panel. Because a single 400 watt panel, So let's say you get a 400 watt panel, you're going to get 3 out of it. 300 times 10. You're going to get at least 3 kilowatt hours out of it, which is more power than you're going to use each night. So that's what you'd want to do. A single 400 watt panel would be enough to fully recharge that. I'd like to have all the batteries be in the shed, and then also in metal boxes. This way, if something cooks off, it doesn't take out the house. But it'll also be above freezing, so I'll never have to worry about the batteries freezing. Because if the batteries freeze, you can't charge them. You gotta wait until they warm up before you charge them, because you'll damage them. But yeah, the what I have now. Now here's the annoying part. I have enough batteries to run the 3D printer. Now these two 20 amp batteries, which I didn't want to use for this because they were supposed to go into the scooter. But for now, I'm going to use them for this. I think my best bet is going to be to have a MPPT charge controller. Hey, Alan. To have a dedicated MPPT charge controller going into the two 12-volt batteries. And then have the two 12-volt batteries from the charge controller go into this box. I wanted to hook the solar directly up to this box. But the problem is it only has one DC input. So how do I connect both the batteries and the solar panels to the Bluetti box? I mean, the ultimate objective is to not have this box at all. The ultimate objective is to just have batteries running the printer and then a charge controller charging the batteries. I have enough batteries, but there's a limit to how many of those batteries I can link up. I should have 12 amp hour batteries. 4 is not enough. That is not what I wanted to click. Come on. Finish loading so I can close you. Go away. Thank you. I accidentally clicked Wondershare. So, how does this work? So 12 times 12 is 144 times 4. Wait, that might be enough. 4 of them might be enough. That's 576 watt hours. So divide by 60. That's only 10 hours. 10 hours might not be enough. In the summertime, it'll be enough. But it might not be enough in the wintertime. Especially if there's any efficiency loss. Is there any way to reduce the amount of power a 3D printer consumes? Because if I can get the 3D printer down to 576 divided by 50, that gets me 11.5 hours. If I can get the 3D printer down to 50 watts, that would get me my almost 12 hours that I need. That's assuming these batteries actually have 12 amp hours of capacity in them. They might be lying. They might only have 11 or 10 and a half. I mean, the ideal solution would be to use 6 of them. But I don't think I'm allowed to connect 6 of them. I know for whatever reason. Well, no, we're okay. First of all, the only reason you drew that much power is because you were using the heat bed. we're not going to use the heat bed except during the daytime where we have plenty of power. So if you turn off your heat bed, it only consumes about 60 watts. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I should have 11 12 amp hour batteries. So for whatever reason, these batteries say that you can't connect more than 4 together. I'm not sure why. Oh, they don't even have them anymore. Huh. Okay. It's because they have a built-in BMS. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. It says I could do 4 in parallel and 4 in series. 16 batteries. Okay. So I just can't do more than 4 in parallel. So that means I should be able to do a 2S3P. I have a feeling it has to do with balancing. Or simply how much power the terminals built into the battery can handle. Because remember, when you start paralleling in series batteries, each terminal in that array has to handle the power flowing through it. Ultimately, you have 2 terminals coming out, and those 2 terminals have to handle the full power of the pack. So the actual bus bars in the battery probably have an amp limit. Okay, but a 4x4 configuration gives me huge potential. I mean, how much is that if I actually had 16 of them? Because if I can find all 12 of them, then I don't have to buy 2 more, and I can make a 16 battery array. Jesus. 51 times 48. Yeah, that's a 2.45 kilowatt hour battery pack. That's a lot of juice. Wow. That'd be enough to run the refrigerators. I mean, that'd be easily enough to run the fridge and freezers. Interesting. So it might be worth using the 220 amp hour batteries for the printer. See, I want to use them in at least a 2S configuration because then I get the 24 volts that the Ender 3 requires, meaning I can get rid of the AC power adapter, which will make it that much more efficient. Since I won't have the efficiency loss of the 24 volt power supply. Just run it straight off DC power. The only question is, as the power wanes, since it won't be a regulated output, will the 3D printer get pissed off or will it keep running? Like, what voltage range will the 3D printer handle? If it went down to 22 volts or 21 volts, would it still run? I don't know. We're going to find out. How much power will those put out? Hey, watch those claws. Okay. Interesting. So that does allow me to do what I need to do though. So if we hook up 6 of these batteries in a 2S3P configuration, 12 times 12, 144 times 6, that's 864 watt hours. Plenty. How many 10 amp batteries do I have? Because I'd rather save the big batteries for something else if I'm going to run 6. 10 amp, 10 amp, 10 amp, 10 amp. Okay, I do have plenty of 10 amp hour batteries. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I should have 8 10 amp hour batteries. So I could run a 2S4P configuration if I wanted to. So 10 times 12, 120 times 6 gets me 720 watt hours. So 6 of them would get me what I need. Divide by 60. That's 12 hours runtime. And if I needed to, I could hook up 8 of them. And 8 of them would get me 900, it would give me a kilowatt hour, which would be more than enough power. Huh. Well, okay, power consumption is not the problem. Power capacity is the problem. So you don't have a power problem, you have an energy problem. If you want to run a full heat bed setup, you need a 5 kilowatt hour battery just to go overnight. Because 400 times 12. Yep. You would need 200 amp hour batteries if I did math right. Yep. You need a minimum of 200 amp hour batteries in order to run your printer overnight. And well, the first thing I want to do is power shift. Well, the printer I want to run completely off grid. That's the project we're going to do. I have the solar panel, I have the batteries, I have the wind turbine, and I should have the MPPT controller. There's one right there. So I have an MPPT controller. I should have 2 or 3 of those. So besides wire, I should have everything I need to make a go of this. Put a hole straight through the wall, put the solar panels out there in the field. I'm going to mount the wind turbine to the corner of the shipping container. I don't want to mount it to the house, and I don't want to take a chance of it tearing off, part of the house if it gets pulled off. So I'll mount that to the shipping container. Let's see. So I got to find the batteries. I know where most of them are. I have a little shelving unit outside where I stuck most of those batteries all in a cart. It's all, under a tarp, it's protected. So I should be able to dig up all the batteries, and I got some of them here. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of them here. So I'll use the 10 amp hour batteries. Well, this is to run one single printer. So each printer needs 600 or 700 amp hours of power. Michelle's doing okay. Well, if you want to run yours, yes, it's going to be expensive. If you can run without the heat bed, it's not that expensive. Like I said, these 10 amp hour batteries aren't that pricey. Let's look at a couple different ones. We got this one, we got this one, we got this one. So they're $60 a pop. Well, that is a little expensive. That one's $57. This one's $51. So that and you got a 5% coupon. Although I don't know if that coupon will get you more than one of them. Usually those coupons are one. If you buy two, you still only get the 5% off the one. Let's see what it does. Let's add to cart. Go to the cart. So you need 6 of them. One per customer. Okay, so you only get one at that price. So you'd have to shop around, maybe get a couple of different people to buy. Like if you have a couple people on your Amazon account, you can add them temporarily, tell them buy this battery, and then you can get a couple extras, but it looks like you can get them for as low as $52. It might be cheaper to buy a different size. I'm going to be using 10 amp hours because I have them. But for example, a single 50 amp hour would do it. But the reality is you want 2 batteries in order to get 24 volts. Let's see, what do we have here? That's too expensive. 6 amp hour, no. 50 amp hours, 200. And you need 2 of them, that's $500. While 6 of the small ones would be $300. So yeah, the 6 small ones are cheaper. Oh yeah, let me share that. Duh. Idiot. I'm trying to see myself here so I can see part of it. Okay, so now you can see the screen. So this one's $51, $57 with no limit. So let's call it 55 a piece. 55 times 6, 330 plus tax. So you're looking at about $300. Now, like for example, this here would be enough, but you would need to convert to 24 volts. So you could do it with this single battery, and that single battery would get you 1.2 kilowatt hours. So that'd be enough to run 2 printers overnight. But you would need to upconvert to 24 volts. So ideally, you want like 50 amp hour batteries so you can put them in a 2S configuration. Like I said, the only reason I'm looking at the 10 amp hours is because I already have them. 50 amp hour. Actually, even 40 would be enough. Well, although that's not bad, though. Here we go. 190. Let me shrink this down so I can see this as well. That's not what I wanted you to do. You better do as you're told, punk. I'll kick your butt. There we go. Solar panels, you need 1. A single solar panel is plenty. Power is not the issue. Capacity is the issue. So this is 190. So that's $380. So $380 will get you a battery pack large enough to run 2 printers without heat bed overnight. Because that's 640 watt hours. So that's 1,280 watt hours. You need about 600 to 650 to run a printer overnight. So this should, in theory, run 2 printers, but would very comfortably run 1 printer. 2 of them. You got to have 2 of them because you want the 24 volts. Now, theoretically, we could go down to 40 amp hours, but I don't think there's too many of them that are that rate. Yeah, see, it's just when you get to uncommon configurations, the price changes. This is not enough power, I don't think. Yeah, it's only 480 watt hours, so 220 amp hours won't do it. But something like this 36 amp hour would. But for 20 bucks more, you might as well get the 50 amp hours and get the buffer. It's too expensive. We don't need 100 amp hour. If you can scare up enough of these, you could do something interesting. Because I have a few 8 amp hours. How many 8 amp hours do I have? 8AH. I only have 2. I have 2 8 amp hours. So I can't do a whole lot with that. Okay. I guess the best thing to do is to search for lithium iron phosphate and then see what's the cheapest. All right, 10 amp hours for 50, it's too much. 20 is too small. Well, 4 of them wouldn't be. 4 of them might be big enough. They're 120 amp hours each. They're a little more, but we're just going to call it 120. That's 480 watt hours. That's borderline. You really want 6. And that's $540. That's not worth it. You're better off going with the bigger batteries. Uh, 24 amp hours is potentially interesting. 24 times 12. No, yeah. Is that right? 288 watt hours times 2? Ooh, that's borderline. That's really borderline. 2 of these might do it. 2 24 amp hour batteries might run it overnight. You'd be real close. You'd be real close. If, assuming you got the full 576 watt hours, that's the problem. You might not get the full power out of it. That's enough for 10 hours. So depending on where you live, that might be enough. It'd be close though. It'd be really dicey. The only way I would do that is if you got an MPPT controller with an AC input as well, so you can have a backup. You know, if you get down below 10%, kick on the AC charger. But then you're not off grid. Yeah, your best bet is just to go with something like this. $190. So that's on what, 280? 380. I'm sorry, 380. So 380 bucks. For me, 1.08. Really? Really? So for me, that would be $410 with tax. But that would get you 1.2 kilowatt hours. That's easily enough to run a printer and something else overnight. So for example, you could run a small 12-volt fridge and your printer overnight. And then, of course, the moment the sun comes up, your solar panels are going to start kicking. You'll be using a residential grade solar panel. 18 amp hours. But it's $80 cheaper, but not by much. So 18 times 48. 864 watt hours. So this is 300 bucks and that'll do it. So a 2S2P configuration of these. So this is your cheapest option right here. And that'll get you 864 watt hours, which should be plenty to run the printer overnight. And it's only going to cost you 300 bucks in batteries. So this would be your cheapest option. So this would be your best bang for the buck option, while this would be your cheapest option, your ultimate cheapest option. Let's keep looking. Definitely don't want to go 12. That's the same, right? 18 amp hour, 50 amp hour. Why would you pay this? This is a crazy price. You can get a 50 amp hour for the same price. That's expensive. Jesus. That's a tiny battery. 30 amp hour doesn't have a price. Vibration's not an issue unless you're in something that's vibrating. How much is this? Oh, it's a 6 volt. We don't want that. You need 4 of them just to get 24 volts. Now, what if we were to go to... Nope, that's more expensive than the other one. What if we were to go straight to 24 volt? Too expensive, too expensive. Not enough power. Although, that's 270 bucks. Versus, no, this gives you way more power. Oh, 75, 99, too expensive. All right, so your best bet's these two. So let's add these to the list. Let's create a list. Let's keep it in the UPS category for right now. UPS portable power. So these are your two best options. So this one here, you would need 6 of them. And that would be... Do you need 6? No, wait a minute. Hang on. Four. You need 4. So this would, you need 4 of them. I'm looking for a largely turnkey solution for people. So something where you can just follow directions and connect something up and have it work. Building a pack and wiring your own BMS is a little bit more involved. So we're going to start with off-the-shelf components. So this you would need 4 of them. So it'd be $300. And this gives you almost 900 watt hours of capacity. Theoretically, 920 watt hours of capacity. But I'd guess more around 850 watt hours in actual capacity. Although that might be measured. That might be true capacity. If that's true capacity, you'll have almost a kilowatt hour of power for 300 bucks. This here will give you almost 1.3 kilowatt hours of power, but it'll cost you $80 more. The nice thing about this is this battery should last 30 years. Well, at least 20. because you only need 700 watt hours to safely make it overnight. What is that? 12 times 60. Yeah, you need 720 watt hours to make it overnight. This is giving you 1.8 times that. So even with degradation, you'll get what? 512 times 2. So after, 2 or 3,000 charge cycles, this 1.28 kilowatt battery will be down to about a kilowatt hour, which is still 300 watt hours more than you need to run the printer overnight. So 2 of these will only cost you $80 more. They'll be easier to connect because it's just a simple 2S configuration. So you'll just have this positive go to this negative, go to the positive of the next battery, and then you'll have your positive and negative into your MPPT controller, your solar panel into your MPPT controller. You only need one solar panel. That's all you need. So if you go to Marketplace, here we go. So let's do a search for solar panel. So here we go. These are 150 watt panels, or $150 panels. They are unknown size. So we need to know what size these are. So if these are 300 watt or greater, then you only need one. If these are like 200 watt panels, then you can get away with a single 200 watt panel, but I would advise having at least 300 watts of capacity, because that will allow you to get an effective charge earlier in the morning and later in the evening. It'll reduce your battery only time overnight. Let's see here. What else do we got? Why is that at 120%? What the hell? Too small. That's a 400 watt, too expensive. Here's 70. These are probably 100 watters. These are 240 watt. So get 2 of these, and you'll have you should get an effective 350 to 400 watts out of them. And even if the sunlight is half, you'll still have enough to power the printer and charge the batteries. So a single one of these could work for 75 bucks. 240 watts means you're going to get about 150 out of it, but that's in ideal conditions. You might get 180, 190. But 2 of them would be better. You put 2 of them in parallel and run that directly into your MPPT controller. So 150 bucks. Actually, I'm going to save that. That's actually not a bad deal. Let's see here. What are these? Why are these so expensive? These are big panels. These are big residential panels, but it doesn't say what the specs are. Almost new panels, steel. No, it's not. Not without knowing the specs. I don't know shit. How many watts are they, buddy? That's a monocrystalline panel. You don't want that. Let's keep it local. It really doesn't want you to switch over to local pickup. You always have to click it twice. One click never works. You always have to click it twice. 80 bucks for 225 watt. That's not bad. 120 for 250. It's a little on the expensive side, but again, not horrible. These would be your best bet. Where's Willard, New Mexico? Oh, Estancia. I know where that is. just south of Moriarty. That's pretty local. I mean, it's a hike, but it's not bad. 75-watt panel? Yeah, you ain't getting $200 for that. Only an idiot would pay that. Now, obviously, you're going to have to look wherever it is you are. That's it. So for around my area, there's just 3 viable options. 120 for a 200-watt 50-watt panel. Here's another 120 for a 250-watt panel. 75 bucks. This is the best deal because those are 240-watt panels. That's a 240-watt panel for $75. So that's definitely the best bet right there. Although I cannot use this to power the Bluetti. I would have to throttle down the voltage with a voltage regulator somehow. Because this, I believe, is a 28-volt max input. Yeah, 28-volt max input. So I would have to throttle the voltage a little bit. Yeah, max power 240 watt. 30.4 volts, just a hair too high. The amps are okay, but the volts are too high. Now, it's possible it'll end up being a little bit lower than that. I'm not sure, but I'd probably have to put a voltage regulator on there if I wanted to go direct. But these panels would also be nice for on top of my car. So mount one of these to the roof of the car. Oh, it's less efficient, but it's better than not working at all. Oh, they degrade over time, but not by as much as people think. There's no date on this. SS240p-60. SS240p-60 solar. They are Santan solar. Wow, they're $49? What's the shipping, though? $49 not bad if it's free shipping, but I doubt it's free shipping. Let's see what they want for 4. No shipping? Free shipping? Oh, you got to contact the seller to request an order total for freight shipping costs. Yeah, it's going to be too expensive for shipping. The fact that they sell for $50 though, maybe I can offer this guy $50 if I buy like 6 of them. I don't know if I have that much money though. Because that'd be enough to power everything. Mm. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. What the whole point of us looking that up was to see how old those panels were. Yeah, freight. But how old are they? Let's see here. Looks like a lot of companies repackage the same panels. Wow, they're not very efficient. 15% panels. But you know something, it's all about price, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, I didn't know these were monocrystalline. I don't like monocrystalline. I prefer poly. Doesn't tell me the age. Lick my balls. You can lick my balls too. Bye-bye. Oh my god, you had to steal your neighbor's power. They are polycrystalline. Okay. I thought they looked like they were polycrystalline. Okay, but either which way, for 75 bucks a pop, it's hard to argue with that. I want to know what this is. If this is like a 400 watt panel, this would be nice. Because then you'd only need one panel. Oh, Taylor Ranch, okay. Let's send him a message. Although he's dumb enough not to have posted a picture of the label on the back, you know, so who knows if he's going to be able to tell me anything. Because one panel would be nice, just having a single panel. So I'll save that one. Save that one. These would be nice for the cars, though. Like this one here, I could probably mount 2 of them to the car. Yeah, 65 inches. What's that, 5 feet? Yeah, it's 5 feet across. Divided by 12. So it's 5.4 feet. I can mount 2 of those on the roof of the car and have 500 watts of capacity on the roof of my car, which will allow me to plug in all of my battery boxes while I'm traveling. And then one of my plans is to have the cars be mobile power plants. So, for example, solar panels on the roof of the cars have multiple benefits. One, I have a shit ton of power to power anything I want. So, one of these battery boxes and the solar panel would allow me to run the fridge 24/7 without ever plugging it in. It would allow me to charge up my other battery boxes during the day. Whatever I want, I can plug them all in. I can also have 12 volt go out to the car's battery, so the car will stay positively charged no matter what. And then also, it'll provide a tertiary benefit of shade. So the roof of the car will be shaded from the sun. And if I do it right, and I have the solar panel stick out over the windshield a little bit, it'll also provide some, you see cars with a visor, with a moon visor on the front of the car, a Lund moon visor. It'll give me that effect. That's interesting. And then when I'm at the house, I could plug these solar panels into the house, in theory. If I could figure out how to do it, I could, in theory, have, run the power from the cars, just have wires wherever I park the cars. And when I park the cars, plug in the wires, and now those solar panels become part of the house grid. Because ultimately, eventually, if I get enough batteries, I could just run the whole house off the grid. If I can collect enough batteries. Right now, how much power do I have? Like, how many batteries do I have? So we can ignore the small ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have 8 10 amp hour. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 amp hour. So that is 11 times 12 times 12. So that's 1.5 kilowatt hours of power in the 12 amp hours. And what was it, 8, I think I said? I think it was 8. 8 times 10 times 12 and a kilowatt hour. So I have 2.5 kilowatt hours of batteries. And I also have the 220s. That's another half a kilowatt hour. So that's 3 kilowatt hours of power. And I believe I have some 15s and 16s as well. So I have 3 15 amp hour batteries. 12 times 15 times 3. That's another 500. So that's 3.5 kilowatt hours. And do I have any 16s? No. So I have 3.5 kilowatt hours of potential power. So what I would need is a MPPT charge controller that has multiple battery inputs. So allow me to connect multiple different battery packs. MPPT multi-output battery. Come on. I could just hook an MPPT controller up to each battery, but it'd be nice to be able to have one controller go to everything. I don't even know if that exists. So, like, here's your solar input, here's your battery, here's your load. Question is, is there one that has multiple battery inputs? I don't know. Well, that would work because I would have a 10 amp hour array and a 12 amp hour array. That would still give me like 3 kilowatt hours. 3 kilowatt hours is not much power, though. That's really not as much as you think. I would need at least 6 to go overnight. I average 6 kilowatt hours per day. So yeah, it's probably not worth messing with these little batteries, except to run like a printer, single point source projects. So for example, I could use 6 of them to run the printer, and then I can use the 12 amp hour ones to run the fridge and freezers. So how many did I have? So 12 amp hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 10 of them. Assuming I could find them all. So 10 times 12.8 is 128 volts times 12 amp hours. That's 1.5 kilowatt hours. That's enough to run the fridges and freezers. Barely. No, that is enough because I need 3 kilowatt hours per day. This is enough for half a day. So that's just barely enough. 2 of those solar panels is all I would need. Because assuming even if I only got 8 hours per day, and let's say I got 350 watts out of it for 12 hours, that's 4.2 kilowatt hours. If I only got 350 watts out of it for 8 hours a day, that's still 2.8 kilowatt hours. That's still enough to run the fridges and fully recharge the battery each day, even in poor light. So that should be enough. It might be enough to allow me to do more if I do time shifting. So one of the things that I want to do is time shift my power. I could probably run a a lot of 3D printers time shifted. How many 3D printers could I run off of 2400 watts? Let's limit it to 1.5 kilowatts. Because that would give me one, that would only give me 1 hour. So 1500 divided by 6, 250 divided by 60. I could run 4 printers for 6 hours. So I could time shift 4 printers for 6 hours. So the way I would do this, you guys might get a kick out of this depending on where you live. Okay. So battery like this. Now this one's not big enough because to run a single printer for 6 hours, 60 times 6, you need 360 watt hours. So the Difini battery box would do this. This would not. This only has 210 amp hours, and you need 360. So you need at least 400 watt hours. So 400 watt hours per printer will allow me to time shift 6 hours. Why is that important? Well, because of the way my power works here. CNMEC, time of use. So here is the way my power works here in New Mexico. I am on this one here, time of use residential. So what that means is for 6 months of the year, so October 1st to March 31st, think of it as on peak and off peak. So on peak is 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m., so that's only 2.5 hours. But then also 4:30 to 10:30, which is 6 hours. So this one doesn't matter, because if you have enough to make it through this one, then you have enough to make it through this one. Unless you're doing, well, no, you're not. This is not off grid. This is on grid. Okay. So what that means is, my power is, what was it, 6 cents a kilowatt? Yeah, 6.2 cents per kilowatt, which comes out to about 11 cents per kilowatt delivered. And my on peak is 15 cents per kilowatt, or 20 cents per kilowatt hour delivered. So add about a nickel for taxes per kilowatt hour. So yeah, our taxes are very high for that. Our power is cheap, but the taxes are very high. So what I want to do is I don't want to use power during this period of time when it costs 20 cents per kilowatt. I want to use power during this time where it only costs 11 cents per kilowatt hour. In the summer, it's a little easier. So April 1st to September 30th, we only have the 1 6-hour window. So how do we, well, first of all, what's the point? Well, point's to save money. It'll reduce my electric bill because I'll be basically getting, ideally I would love to have enough power to run the whole house for 8 hours. Because if I could run the whole house for 8 hours, then I could program everything to only draw power from the grid during the off-peak time instead of during the on-peak time. So if I had that 1.5 kilowatt hour battery pack I'm getting will allow me to run 4 printers for 6 hours if I don't use the heat beds. Now what I do is I would start the printers up during the daytime so I can use the heat bed for the first layers. And then I would use the G code to turn off the power to the heat bed over time. Now, this is not going to work on PEI, glass, PEX, silicon dioxide, stuff like that. Well, SDI surfaces might work. But you're going to be wanting to use build tack, fake tack type surfaces. If you have hairspray down, it might work. If you have glue stick down, it should work. Basically, the idea is you need to be using a material and a surface that's capable of adhering without heat going to the bed. Because once you turn off the heat bed, your 400 watt printer now only consumes 60 watts. Even this printer with a color touchscreen and everything was right around 55 to 65 watts. Now, what you then do is you use something like this. You can get these. You can get a 2-pack of these for like $18. I have a link in if you go to my page on Amazon for UPS and portable power. I have a link in there for these. I will warn you, I have not tested these yet. I just got these. I have not tested them yet. So I haven't even plugged this in and programmed it yet. These are also limited to 1500 watts. So they should... Yeah, we're only drawing 240 watts. So it's fine. But no, it's going to draw more when it's charging. So that's something to consider. You might need a higher power one. So, the way this would work is I would plug the printers into the battery box into the AC outlet. So I would be using the battery box as a UPS. So this one, I could actually do this with the batteries for time shifting. So what I would do is I would take these 2 batteries in series, and I would plug these 2 batteries into the 28-volt input here on the battery box. So as far as the battery box is concerned, a solar panel is connected. It would think it's a solar panel. Okay? Then this one here has an AC input, and it's a very fast AC input. So I would have a power strip plugged into this outlet, and that power strip would go to the printers. Now keep in mind, this is limited to 600 watts, which is plenty, because the printers are only consuming 60 watts apiece. But if you turn on the heat beds, you're going to have to stagger your start, because 2 printers will exceed what this inverter can handle, okay, with the heat bed on. So you would start one printer, wait for the heat bed to turn off, then you'd start the next printer, wait for the heat bed to turn off, then you'd start the next printer, wait for the heat bed to turn off, okay? And so you could, in theory, it'd be tricky, but you're better off just learning to not use the heat bed, or just use the heat bed for the first layer. You might even want to do a preheat for the heat bed, and then first layer, turn off the heat bed. So the moment it starts printing, it turns off the heat bed, but it's going to take a few minutes for that heat bed to cool down, so you'll still gain the advantage of a heat bed. This will obviously work better with a larger nozzle, because you're going to have better grip on the bed. A 0.6, 0.8, 1 millimeter, 1.2 millimeter nozzle, they're not going to separate. So I would have a power strip plugged into this outlet, and that my 3 or 4 printers would be plugged into that. And then I would have a 12-volt charger or 24-volt charger plugged into this outlet, and that would run to this battery. Well, no, I can't do that. No, the 12-volt power has to plug into the... Oh, I'm sorry. That's why I suggest this. The 12-volt charger will plug into the second outlet on here. So the battery box will plug into the first outlet, and the 12-volt charger or 24-volt charger will plug into the other outlet on this battery. Okay, that's important, because you don't want to be wasting power from this battery trying to charge this battery as this battery tries to charge this battery. Okay, so what you would do is in the app, you would program 4 events in the app. And then one event you would turn off during the summer, and then you'd turn it back on in the wintertime. So for right now, for the next few days, for another 9 days, I can program this for summertime, but then I got to turn on that second timer. So what it is, I'll tell it at 4:30 p.m., turn off the switch. At 10:30 p.m., turn the switch back on. And then the second timer would say at 6:30 a.m., turn the switch off. And then at 9 a.m., turn the switch back on. Now, here's what's going to happen in real life. In real life, what's going to happen is at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, this will be charging from the AC port. And then these 2 batteries, the Delphis, I can use the Delphisi for this too. The Delphisi will work for this, because it'll work for one printer, because it has a 100 watt USB PD input. So I can connect the USB 100 watt PD input to the switch on here. And that printer is only going to consume 60 or 70 watts. So that's still enough to, with both the AC charger and the 100 watt USB PD, That's enough to recharge the battery and to power the printer and make sure this battery is full by the time it gets to the next timeout cycle. So yeah, I'll be using Dell PC as well because it's a lithium iron phosphate. There's no reason not to. So I might be able to have two set up to do this. So maybe what I'll do is I'll set one up to be completely off grid, and I'll set the other one to be just time shifting. So we'll try both out. So what would happen is at 4:30 p.m. this will turn off. All right, this is going to turn off, and now this will switch into UPS mode, and it will be running just on this. These batteries will keep this at 100% charge until these batteries are depleted, and when these batteries are depleted, it'll then use the internal battery. That is 240 plus 240 plus 210. That's 690 watt hours. Divided by 60. That's 11.5. So this configuration will run 2 printers time shifting. This has enough power to time shift 2 printers. You would need more capacity if you want to run more. Because remember, I need 120 watt hours per hour. So I need that times 6. But for now, we'll just do 1. So 6 times 6 is 36. I need 360 watt hours. So one of these batteries and this box is enough to time shift a single printer 6 hours. The Delphini box on its own can time shift 1 printer. This has a surge, I think, of 1200, but you're talking seconds. Like 2 or 3 seconds of surge. So enough for like an AC compressor to kick on, but not enough to sustain a high power output for very long. You would need a different battery box to do that. So this plus 1 battery, 120 amp hour battery, is 240, 450 watt hours. I only need 360 watt hours. So that's plenty. So from 4:30 to 10:30, the printer will run off of this battery. This battery will keep this charged, and when this battery is depleted, it'll run off of its own internal battery. Now, this has a built-in BMS. Hi, baby. How you doing? Yeah. Is he bothering you? Huh? You energetic? Or do you want to go play? I'm trying to figure out a way not to need the extra charger, but I can't think of a way to do it. I can't think of a way to do it without the external charger, because I have to turn off the charger for this battery during the off-peak time, or I'm wasting power between the 2 batteries. So the battery box would plug into here. The 12-volt charger would plug into here. 12-volt charger would go to this battery would go to the solar input. And then obviously the AC power would go to the AC input of this battery box right here. Then the printer would plug into this port here. So this would be using the AC adapter for the printer. You could run a 12-volt printer off of this, but you can't run a 24-volt printer off of this. You would need to convert somehow if you wanted to run a 24-volt printer. Then at 10:30 p.m., AC power would turn back on. Once AC power turned back on, this would begin recharging from its AC power output, and the 12-volt charger would begin recharging the 20 amp hour battery. And 20 amp hour battery, you would have 18 hours to recharge it. Because we're not worried about the morning time, it's only 2.5 hours. So you only need 150 watt hours. This will fully recharge before that, because this will charge at 260 watts. So this will fully recharge long before the 6:30 cutoff again in the wintertime. So it doesn't matter if this is fully recharged or not. And we could just let you could use a slow charger, 20 amp hours. So a 1.5 amp charger would work. So a trickle charger would work. So ideally you'd connect a 2-watt charger. So if you connect, or a 2 amp charger. So if you connected a 2 amp charger, which is 24 watts. So as long as you had a 24 watt or higher charger, this battery will be recharged before it's needed again. Yes, I know, USB PD can do 100 watts, and the Delphini box will charge at 100 watts. I was charging it at 96 watts. So what you do is, for the Delphini box, you'd have one of these. So you'd have one of these plugged into one of these outlets, and then you'd have the Delphini's AC adapter, because you can simultaneously charge from both USB-C PD and the AC power adapter, and you'd plug the Delphini's power brick into this outlet. And then what would happen is, when the power, when 4:30 comes around, these two, the Delphini charger and this USB PD charger, would turn off. And now your printer would run on the Delphini box, not this box. That has 500 watt hours. You only need 360. So it probably has an effective 450 watt hours, which means you have plenty to run the printer for 6 hours. And then when 10:30 comes around, the outlet would turn back on, and you would begin charging 100 watt USB-C PD and 100 watts to the DC input on the Delphini. And that means you would be recovering at 200 watt hours per hour. So in 2.5 hours, you'll be fully recharged again. So 2 hours, since you're not going to fully deplete it. At 6:30 a.m., again, the power switch would turn off, and it would run the printer on the battery. And then at 9 a.m., the power switch would turn back on, and it would recharge the box. So basically, you would be using the box as a long-term UPS, as an extended run UPS. And you would be purposely turning the power off when it costs the most money. So when power is 20 cents a kilowatt hour, you're going to turn it off and run it on the battery. Now people say, well, where's the power coming from to charge the battery? Well, it's coming from the grid. But you're getting it when it's 11 cents a kilowatt hour. So even though you're going to lose 10 or 15% to conversion losses, you're saving 50% on your kilowatt per hour. So overall, you're going to save a lot more money. So if you need 360 watt hours, which is approximately what you need. Let me make sure I got that right. 60 times 6. Yeah, 360 watt hours. So 360 watt hours. Let's assume you did this for 10 days, okay? That makes it 3.6 kilowatt hours, which is easier math. 3.6 times 0.2. That's 72 cents to run the printer for those 10 6-hour shifts. Now, if we instead run the printer only at 11 cents per kilowatt hour, so 360 times 0.11 is 39.6, but we're going to times it by 1.1 for the efficiency loss. That's 43 cents. So it's almost 44 cents. So 43.5 minus 43.5. That's 28.5 cents I would save in power. That's not a lot. You're not going to see that on your electric bill. But now do that, every month, every day on 10 different printers. So divided by 10 times 365 divided by 100. That's $10 per printer per year. So if you're running 10 printers, that's $100 a year. That's not that bad, especially if you can get these battery boxes for $200. It's not too bad. I mean, your payoff time is going to be pretty long. So this is not really for dramatic power savings. Now, when you start running bigger things that long off of time shifted power. So this is where having a bigger battery comes in handy, because now I can plug more things into that bigger battery. So that's more things that won't be running during the time shifted power. Yeah, I have a couple 100-watt panels, a 200-watt panel, a couple of folding 1600-watt panels. But I think I have either 50 or 100 watts. I have two, full-size monocrystalline panels. They're in the container. I got to get them out. I'm hoping they're 100 watts each, because then two of them will give me 200 watts. But I also have a Blue 80 200-watt folding panel. I have a couple 100-watt folding panels. I also have, it just got delivered today. It's at the post office waiting for me. I also have a 200-watt wind turbine. We get some pretty decent winds here, so I'm hoping I'll be able to get some power out of that. So that's $10 per year per printer. So that's $100 a year for the printer. But it's only $10 per printer. So the ROI is pretty long. The ROI of that is wow, you're talking, will be an extra 2.5 hours in the wintertime. So you're looking at about $12 a year. That's what I'm going to do. I've got parts coming. I have almost everything I need. I got to find the batteries. I should already have the batteries. Just got to dig them up. I have the batteries. I have the MPPT controller. I have a small solar panel to get me started. I'm going to want to get one of these bigger panels. I have the batteries. I have the battery boxes. I have the inverters. I should have everything I need. Well, I need wire. I need MP4 connectors for the solar panels, and I don't have the money right now to order any of that, so it might take me a bit. So I'll try to see what I can cobble together. But I have almost everything I need that I should be able to play with something. I should be able to dick around with something. The Delphini box will allow me to time shift right away, because I already have what I need. I've already got the 100-watt USB PD charger. I've already got the smart switch outlet, and I've already got the and the battery box capable of running a printer for 6 hours. So I can time shift right away. That battery box, though, is probably not big enough. Lick My Balls is back. Bye-bye, Lick My Balls. So the real savings comes when you go overnight, so that you can go off-grid. Time shifting works better for higher power devices. So, for example, to fully charge my electric car, assume I have about 24 kilowatt hours of usable capacity. I probably don't even have that. I probably have closer to 20 kilowatt hours. So 20 times 0.2. During at 4:30 p.m., if I use on peak time, it would cost me $4 to recharge my car. If I charge my car after 10:30, however, 20 times 0.11. It only cost me $2.20 to charge my car. So I would save $1.80 every single day I need to charge the car. If I have to charge the car, say, 3 times a week, that's 1.8 times 3 times 52. I save $280 a year by only charging my car off peak. That's a lot of money. And all I had to do was program the timer in the car to start charging at 10:30. That's it. I get home, I plug the car in, I don't have to do anything. The car's not going to charge until the timer ticks off 10:30, then the car will start charging. And so just by setting that timer, I save $280 a year. Our dryer consumes about 3.5 kilowatt hours. So every time we run the dryer, it costs 70 cents. If we run the dryer 4 times a week, that's $145 a year to run the dryer. Now, if I only run the dryer during off-peak, so that is... I did something wrong there. No, that's per week. Okay. If I run it off-peak, it's 3.5 times 0.11 times 4 times 52. It's only $80 a year. So I save $65 a year by only running the dryer after 10:30 or during the day when power is 11 cents a kilowatt. So I save half a month's electric bill every year just by controlling when I run the dryer. Hot water heater is even better because the hot water heater is going to consume 4,500 watts to heat up that 50 gallons of water. So 4.5 times 0.2, times 0.11. And I use it twice a week, roughly, maybe 3 times a week. Usually, let's call it 3 times. Times 3 times 52. So I spend $77 a year running the hot water heater versus $130 a year running the hot water heater. I had a pellet stove, but I had to get rid of it because my insurance company would charge me an extra $500 a year if I had a wood fire, which is a pity because I like the warmth that the pellet stove gave us. This house was actually pretty warm with a pellet stove, but the cost of the pellets plus the labor, and this is before the price skyrocketed on pellets, plus the cost of the $500 surcharge for my house insurance made electric heat cheaper. So now I have heat pumps. And so this triple head heat pump is enough to keep this house for about 75% of winter. And then I turn on the extra mini split if I need a little more heat. And if we have a particularly cold night, we usually get a couple of, -8, -10 degrees Fahrenheit nights. But just a couple a year. I have a kerosene heater I run off diesel as a backup. So if we get cold enough to where this can't hack it, then I have the diesel for those few nights where it's that cold. So a print farm might be worth running over time, but you're going to be much better off using direct battery power. You're going to increase your efficiency by not having the AC converter, and you'll save a lot more money. So, for example, $700 is $1,000. Might be $1,000. Let's see here. What would that cost? Mm-hmm. So if you got a pair of 300 amp hour batteries, you can usually get them for about 900 bucks a pop. Not always. Sometimes you can't. Well, that's nice. That's a 4 kilowatt hour battery for less than 900 bucks. How much is a 300 amp hour? 300 times 12.8. Is that 2.5 kilowatt hours? That's 3.7 kilowatt hours. So this is 4 kilowatt hours for 890 bucks. Wow, that's a big battery for that price. Wow. Let's drop that into the category. That's actually a really good price. 80 amp BMS, so you can draw 80 amps from it. That's a 4 kilowatt hour battery. Jesus. And efficient too, because it's 48 volt. So you're going to get really good efficiency out of that. You don't need to use expensive copper. 10 gauge would be plenty. Wow, that's a hell of a battery. I mean, 3 of those would provide me with 24 hours of power. That would be a 12 kilowatt hour battery for 2,700 bucks. 2 of them would run my house overnight. Jesus. That's tempting. I mean, well, it's tempting from a theoretical point of view. I ain't got 1,800 bucks. So it's kind of a pipe dream, but hey, I can dream, right? um, um, but there's your best bang for the buck, Jesus. Wow, what would be the ROI on that? So 80 amps, 80 times 48 volt. That's 3.8 kilowatt hours you can draw from that battery. So 4096. Let's just call it 4,000 kilowatt hours. 4,000 divided by 6. 666 watt hours divided by 60. That's 11 printers. This thing could run 11 printers for 6 hours. Now, if you have 11 printers running for 6 hours, did I mistype something? No, no. The battery is 4,096 watt hours. The BMS is 80 amps. So you can draw 80 amps of power from it. That controls your load. How big of a load can you apply to the battery? That's what I was calculating for that. But now, once I calculated that, it's 3.8 kilowatt hours. That's plenty. You could run a zillion printers off that. Yeah, but it's 48 volt. Wait a minute, you're right. What does that equal? 48 times 40. You're right. That's only 1,920 watt hours. What? Is this the... Oh, this is the power output. It can put out 4 kilowatts of power. Oh, that's deceptive because that looks like capacity. You're right. That's only 2 kilowatt hours. Oh, wow. Okay, so 19. So that's not as good a deal. 1920 divided by 6 is 320 watt hours per hour in order to last for 6 hours. Divided by 60. So you can run 5 printers off of this. Not such a good deal anymore. So 5 times 60. So 300 watt hours times 6 times 365. Well, it's going to be more than that. You got the other 2.5 hours as well. 2.5 times 60, 150. Times, what is that? 182.5. What? Oh, divided by 1,000. 27 kilowatt hours divided by 1,000. 657. That seems wrong. That seems like too much power. Yeah, you're right. This is not a very good deal. The advertisement made it look like it was 4 kilowatt hours, but you notice they don't have an H, so they're not lying. But that is deceptive as fuck, because that's people are going to assume that that's the watt hour capacity. Did I do that right? Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm showing you. You can see they make it look like it's 4 kilowatt hours, but that's actually just watts. So it's capable of putting out 4 kilowatts. It doesn't have 4 kilowatt hours of power. So that's very deceptive. I don't like the way they worded that. That makes it look like it has 4 kilowatt hours when it doesn't. Let's see here. So, 1920 divided by 6 divided by 60, 5.3, so 5 printers. So 5 times 60 times 6 times 365. Yeah, it is. So 657. This is wrong. 5 times 60 times 2.5 hours, 750, times 365 divided by 2, 136, so 137. That's not what I want you to do. That is not what I wanted you to do. Plus 137, 794 kilowatt hours. Times, let's just call it 800, make it easy. 800 times 0.2 is 160. 800 times 0.11, 88. Well, that's number 160. 160 minus 88, $72. So you could run 5 printers and you'd save $72 a year. So your ROI is about 12 years. It's not horrible, but that is a long ROI. Now, that's my power here. If you're in California, that's going to pay for itself a whole hell of a lot faster. It'll pay for itself about 4 times faster. So your ROI would be like 2 or 3 years. So if you're in California or Alaska or something like that, and you're running a print farm, 5, 10, 15 printers, it'd be worth your while to time shift power if you have time of use power. These batteries should last 20 or 30 years. Lithium iron phosphate is very long lived. Ampere time. Lowest price decent battery. Let's look that up. Let's just look up. Why won't you do what I say? I don't see ampere time on here. I guess they're not on. Oh, here it is. Ampere time. Wow, that's a hell of a battery. Stop it. Let's see. Is it? Oh, it's already 24 volts. Nice. 24 times 200. That's that. You're getting about 5 kilowatt hours, 4.8 kilowatt hours. It says 5.12. So let's call it 5 kilowatt hours. 5,000 divided by, no, 1650. 1649 times, you asshole. 1649 times 1.08125. So it's $1,782 divided by 5,000. That's 35 cents a watt hour. That's pretty good. That's only slightly above the server rack price, and this is a turnkey solution. This comes with a BMS, while your server rack is going to need a BMS. So yeah, 35 cents a kilowatt or watt hour is not bad. Holy crap. So I would need at least 2 of those. Although in theory, 1 of them would run the house. Oh, do they? Well, some do, some don't. The cheap ones usually don't. It's usually just raw batteries. But some do. But here's an open box one for $14.79, but then you don't get the $100, but it's still cheaper. So if we get the open box one, I can't. I have no money. But $14.79 times 1.08125. That's $15.99 divided by 5,000. So that's 32 cents a watt hour for the open box one. So that's on 32 cents a watt hour. That's pretty damn good. And it looks like they have 2 of them. That's a pity. Because having 2 of them would be sweet. Because that'd be enough to run this entire house. The problem then is affording the power inverter that's capable of putting out, 240 volt, 100 amp service. Jesus. But then 2 of these, you can run it at 48 volts. Wow. 48 volt inverter. There's a 3 kilowatt. That's nowhere near enough. There's a 6 kilowatt. So about $1,300 for a 6 kilowatt. Yeah, no matter what, you're looking at about $1,200 or $1,300 for 6 kilowatts. So how much power? Well, see, in this situation, you're going to want one of those all-in-ones. one of those they have charge controllers that handle AC, everything. They handle everything. So 240 volt. Oh wow. How does that work? Oh, so this is a combination power inverter, battery charger, and transfer switch. It's got a 50 amp, 240 volt input. Wow, that would let me time shift everything. Like the mini splits and all. EG. Let's see what that comes up as. Let's see. That does not come up. Let's do a paste and go. Yeah, it's only 3 kilowatts though. Well, you can put 5 kilowatts of solar panel in. But it's just not big enough. You know, the hot water tank's 4,500 watts. The car's 3,300 watts. The dryer's 3,500 watts. So you need at least the 4,500 watts to run the hot water tank. So you really need 6 kilowatts. Let's see. Off-grid inverters.
First physical therapy called me.
Well, here's a 12 kilowatt split phase, 2,500 bucks.
Hi everyone.
Man, that's a lot of money. Jesus. But that's what I would need, 12 kilowatt. If I wanted to take the whole house off the grid. That would get me 6. But it looks like I'd be better off going with the Growatt 12 kilowatt. Because that would take care of everything. I mean, you wouldn't need anything else. I only draw 12 kilowatt hours per day. So there's no way I'm going to draw more than 12 kilowatt hours in demand power at one time.
Mess them up. Chris?
Huh. See, that would be something. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Physical therapy called.
Michelle, why do you keep telling me that? I don't care. Tell me after the stream. You gotta learn to work with me on that, Michelle.
Sorry.
Don't bring up, silly stuff on stream for the whole world to hear.
Wait for me to send?
What in? Yeah, it's only 2 o'clock. You're good. You're gonna do wash? We need to turn on the heat. Hang on. Because it's cooled down since yesterday. Yeah. 10 or 15 minutes. And give it 10 or 15 minutes. Yeah. You can get it loaded and everything. Don't put your detergent in until, turn it on.
Or put it in.
So that would allow, I could basically just take the, winter is coming. With that, I could, I can just disconnect the grid power coming from the power company and just literally plug that in. It says it's a charge controller too. It only allows 7,000 watts of solar input, which is a problem because I think I need like 9 kilowatts of solar power. Does this allow more? Yeah, this only allows 7,000 watts of solar input.
You said 15, 20 minutes?
Yes. Why does it only allow 7 kilowatts of solar? See, this is stackable and allows 6 kilowatts of solar, which means I can get 2 of them and get... I know, but I need 9 kilowatt hours of solar power. No. Or do I? See, I don't know how much power I consume in the wintertime. In the summertime I consume 12 kilowatt hours a day, but in the wintertime I consume a lot more. What is the power consumption in the daytime? CNMEC. Keep fighting with me, dirtbag. It's a dirtbag. I want to see, the coldest month is probably February. So my highest bill was February, where I used 2,265 kilowatt hours. So let's call it 2,500 kilowatt hours. Divided by 30. Wow, that's 83 kilowatt hours a day. Holy crap. Wow. Holy crap, that's a lot. Well, I actually used 2256. That's 75 kilowatt hours per day. But I made it 2,500 because I know I need to run that heater to get proper heating in here. Holy crap, that's a lot of power. I mean, ideally you want 1 day's worth of power at least. Which would mean I would need a freaking 75 kilowatt hour battery. Wow. Even if you risked it for the biscuit, you'd still need a 40 kilowatt hour battery to make it overnight. And if it snowed the next day, you're in deep shit. Wow, that's a lot of power. 2256. Wow. I'm sorry, 2265. I'm not worried about solar power. Solar power doesn't matter. You know, the solar cells, you just add more. You add more solar cells. That doesn't matter. Because the solar cells is one of the cheapest components here. So I'm rounding it up to 2,500. Well, I have to if you're going off grid, you have to match your peak consumption. For grid tie-in with good buyback, then you can match your average. But when you're off grid, you have to have sufficient battery capacity for your worst period of time. And the fact is, I can draw 2,500 kilowatts in 1 month. So if we were to, because we don't want to be on a razor's edge here, if we assume 2,500 kilowatt hours and divide that by 30, that means I need an 80 kilowatt hour battery. Holy shit. 80,000 times 0.35. That's a $28,000 battery. Holy shit. We see the problem is I can't build my own system to tie into the grid because they require permits and certifications and all kinds of bullshit, which is going to erase any savings I could possibly have. Because as soon as you have to start paying for all that kind of stuff, you can forget going with a a bare bones system. So again, the solar is not that much money. The solar, it's a $16,000 system, and that's paying somebody. The problem is, okay, if you're in Albuquerque, then grid tie makes sense because you can save money and save up for a battery. Because PNW allows you to PNM. I'm sorry, PNM. PNM has a legitimate grid tie. So they don't charge a big monthly fee. The cost per kilowatt is lower, and they allow you to bank solar power. My electric company does not permit banking of solar power. So if I generate excess power in June, I cannot save that power and use it as a credit in February. That's not how it works. Here, whatever power you generate, you only get credit for that month only. So in order for me to reduce my bill as low as possible, I would have to generate the necessary power for my worst month because I cannot bank that power as credits for future months. They don't allow you to do that. On top of that, even if I generate 100% of my monthly power as a grid tie, I still have to pay $25 a month because they have a $25 a month service fee, taxes, plus tax on that $25. So, let's see. The state's going to add their tax. The town's going to add its tax. And well, no matter what, I'm going to be paying 25, let's call it 30 with taxes, 30 times 12. So the smallest I can make my electric bill is $360 a year. So I can basically only pay off 10 months a year with solar. Because the only way for me to zero my electric bill is to be off grid. Meaning I call up CNM and say I would like to disconnect my electric service. That's the only way for me to zero out the electric bill. Now, if I wanted to time shift so that I would only pay 11 cents per kilowatt for power, meaning never pay 20 cents per kilowatt, then I would need enough power to run this house for 6 hours. The problem is that's not even. That's not, it might be though. 4:30 to 10:30 is not the coldest part of the day. 12 to 4 is going to be the coldest part of the day. 12 to 5, 1 to 5. So that could work. So I would need a 20 kilowatt hour battery. A 20 kilowatt hour battery should run this entire house for 6 hours. And then the 2.5 hours in the morning is not a problem, because I'll recharge from 10:30 to 6:30 and then go back off grid from 6:30 to 9. That, I don't know what the ROI on that would be. So that would be, now the battery capacity, however, would have to cover both those periods, because you would only have solar from 4:30 to 5:30, and you're not going to get much solar from 4:30 to 5:30. In the summertime, you'll get some pretty decent solar in that time period. But in the wintertime, when it gets dark at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, yeah, you're not going to get any solar during that time period. So 100% of your solar would have to come during the daytime hours. 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. So I would need a 30 kilowatt hour battery to run my house for those 8.5 hours, where power's 20 cents a kilowatt hour. Even 30 kilowatt hours is a huge, times 0.35. That's that's $11,000 in batteries. Plus $2,000 for the inverter. Assuming I can get the panels for $100 a piece. Let me close some of these windows. I just closed the wrong window, didn't I? It was 12,500. I want to see what the ROI is on this. Assuming I can get 250 watt panels for $100 a piece. That's a big assumption. Let's see. I need 30 kilowatts in 8 hours. So 30,000 watts divided by 8. Actually, I don't need solar panels at all. I mean, solar panels would help, but I don't actually need solar panels. If I'm just going to time shift the power, all I need is the batteries and the inverter. And then recharge using grid power. I'm still using the same amount of grid power, but all of it will be 11 cents a kilowatt instead of 20 cents a kilowatt for half of it. Because basically, with the time shifting that I'm currently doing, I only run the water heater during off-peak, we only run the dryer during off-peak, and I only charge the electric car during off-peak. Those are our 3 big power items, and we only run those during off-peak. So I'm already doing a pretty big amount of time shifting. The one thing you can't time shift without batteries is heat. You can't turn off the heat from 4:30 to 10:30. You're going to freeze your ass off. So that's I would need about, that's 3,750 watts, so 3.75 kilowatt hours. If we divide by 8 times 10, yeah, I need 5 kilowatts of solar panels. So 5,000 divided by 240. I would need 21 panels, so $2,100. Times, wait a minute. Go ahead. Just do it. Times 100. That's $2,100. So plus $2,100. No, I don't need solar panels. That's right. We don't need solar panels.
Thought you wanted to get
Solar panels would mean I would zero out that amount of power. Let's check both, because it's only $2,100. So we're looking at 12.5 to time shift, 8 hours per day. We're looking at 14.6 to solar power. That you're going to need probably another $1,000 in stuff. Mounting hardware to mount the solar panels to the containers, wire, connectors. So let's call it 15.5. So we need 15,500 to off-grid 8 hours per day. And we need $12,500 to time shift 8 hours per day, 8.5 hours per day. So which one gives me the fastest ROI? Because we can always add solar later. Now that's what I have to calculate. This gets a little harder now. Okay, so how do I calculate this? I need to see usage. Not payment history. I need to see usage history. View usage. Here we go. Usage comparison. Can I see? I need to see kilowatt hours per month. I hate when it goes multiple pages and it doesn't let you go back easily. I need to see the whole 12 months. Why can't I see the 12 months? I mean, it keeps showing me a stupid graph. I don't want the goddamn graph. I want the whole year. Here we go. Total usage. 17,969 kilowatt hours. But the problem is it's not going to be even. I use a hell of a lot more power December through April than I do May through November. It's going to be higher because I need more heat. The 27K mini split's not enough. Let's use April. April I used 16. Let's just do it right. Okay, so let's another calculator. Go standard. I need a smaller one. Okay, December 1250. January 1877. No, that's wrong. That your average is correct, but it's wrong for calculating ROI. You're right for average, but that will give us an invalid number for ROI. My power distribution is so uneven throughout the year that we're not going to get a valid metric. 22.65, 21.94, and April 16.88. So for that 5-month period, I used 9.2 kilowatt hours. In the wintertime, 8.5. In the summertime, 6. So 9,200 divided by 24 times 8.5. So 3 point, let's call it 3.2 kilowatt hours in the wintertime. So for 5 months, it's going to be 3.2 kilowatt hours. The problem is that's including the big ticket items. I need to see it by day. So I need to look at each month. Can I do that? This is useless to me. I need to see how much actual on-peak time. So I need to look at the bill. So I need to see the bill. So let's look at the big bills. 206, 258. Seriously, I can't open a new window? Oh, it does it automatically. It opens up new windows. Good, 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 good. And, okay. So I need the 206, the 258, the 261, the 243, and the 170 is a crossover month. Here we go. Okay. Well, this my bill actually separates my on peak and off peak. So, for example, the taxes and stuff are all going to be the same. What's going to actually change is the on and off peak. So this month here, I had $61 in off peak, on peak, I mean. So let's see here. Standard. Why do you always go in the upper right-hand corner? I hate that. So $61 this month. Really? You're going to make me do this? $94 this month. $102 this month. $105 this month. I fucked it all up. Come on. $61 plus 94 plus 103. That's, god damn it, I hit times. Are you fucking kidding me? 61 plus, you fucking whore. 60, sorry, I need it. I'm upset. Plus 94. Plus. $103. 103. Plus. 105. Plus. $84. So that's $447 for the 5 months. That's not as much as I thought. That's not nearly as much as I thought. So the ROI might be very bad on this. That's $447 just for the 5 months in the wintertime. Now these bills are all pretty similar. If I can average it. So 53. $47. So let's call it 50. So 50 times 7. $350. What was the other one? $447 plus $447. So I would only save $800 a year by going completely off grid for the 8.5 hours a day in the winter and the no, off grid would be higher. I got to add 25% for off grid. So if I were to time shift, I would save $800. If I were to off grid those hours, so call it 800 divided by 3 times 4. So if I were to time shift, I would save $800. If I were to off grid, I would save a little over $1,000. Because remember, if I time shift, I still have to pay 11 cents a kilowatt hour. Wait a minute, it's worse than that. I don't actually save $800. I just convert that. So 800 divided by 0.2, 4 kilowatts. That doesn't make sense. 4,000 kilowatts. Okay, that makes sense. Times 0.11. No. No. 800. Damn it. 800. Time shifting. I'm still paying a nickel per kilowatt hour no matter what. This is the difference between 15 cents and 6.2 cents. So 800 divided by 0.15 is 5.33 kilowatt hours times 0.062. 330. So 800 minus 330. If I time shift, I save $500 a year. If I go off grid for 8 hours period, I save $1,066 a year. Okay. Now we have the two numbers. And this is what would have happened last year if I did this. This is exact dollars. So 1066. So if I time shift, I save $470. If I solar charge the batteries and go off grid for that 8.5 hours, I save $1,066. So Why can't I bring these windows above you? What the fuck? If you put the Windows calculator into micro mode, into standard mode, you can't put it behind other windows. What the hell? It forces itself. Look, I cannot put it behind other windows. It forces itself to the top no matter what I do. If I put it in regular mode, then I could put it behind other windows. Who the hell thought that was a good idea? What moron thought that was a great idea? Okay, so here's my two savings potentials. So I got to put these. I can't put those down there because then I can't see them anymore. What idiot at Microsoft thought that was a good idea? So this is the time shift. This is the off grid. And this is assuming I buy used solar panels. And let's see here. I think I got everything I need. All right. You start your wash? I don't hear it.
I did.
Quiet washing machine. It's a quiet machine. I don't hear it. So 12,500 divided by 470. That's a 27-year ROI. It's pointless to even think about that. I'm probably not. I won't be alive 27 years from now. Now, if I go off grid for the 8.5 hours and 6 hours, divided by 1066, 15 years, 14.5 years. So 15 years ROI. Okay, so if I went with time shifting 100% of my power usage to 11 cents a kilowatt hour, it would cost me $12,500, and it would take me 26.6 years to save the amount of money the system cost me, which means there's no point. Unless the price would have to come down by 1/2 for that to be economically viable. Because I'm not going to be alive in 26.5 years. I'm 46. 46, yes I am. Plus 20, just call it 27. That's 73 years old. I will not be alive at 73. I will be dead by 60, 65. So even the 15 years doesn't make much sense, because that's going to be right around my projected life expectancy. If I live to 65, I'll get to benefit 5 years. No, I adjusted the cost of the batteries for my exact on-peak usage. So I calculated my exact on-peak usage. My exact on-peak usage would require a 30 kilowatt hour battery. Exactly. So my highest usage month, the batteries are fixed. I need 30 kilowatt hours. Now, how much power? There's another way to look at this that I didn't think about. And this is actually making a lot of sense right now. It doesn't matter. In order to power these devices during that time period, I have to have 30 kilowatt hours of power. That's end of discussion. I need 30 kilowatt hours. Now, the ROI, Well, sure I do. Otherwise, I can't run those things at night. Now, there is another way to do it, though. There is another way to do it. If I size the battery for my best months of usage, I could use half the size of the battery, which would almost half the cost of the entire project, and be completely off-grid for a significant chunk of the entire summer. And instead of trying to run my high-power stuff at night during the high peak time, just pay for the high peak time and eliminate my electric bill for the entire summer. That might work. Because then I would only need like a 12 or 13 kilowatt hour battery. And using the shore power thing you just talked about, if the battery runs low, just switch back to regular power. And not only that, I would need less solar panels. So I would pay heavily in the wintertime. Wintertime would beat the living snot out of me. But the reality is wintertime's only 5 months with an average of $240 a month for the electric bill. So winter's only $1,000. And I would still save 12 kilowatt hours per month. So instead of trying to go off-grid or time shift the on-peak time, instead go off-grid while the sun is up. If I go off-grid while the sun is up, I don't need as much solar panels, and I don't need as much batteries, which is the big part of it. And if I go a little extra on the battery, I can go off-grid 24 hours in the summertime. So in the summertime, I'll easily get 10 hours of sunlight. And I'm only using an average of 12 kilowatt hours per day. So 12,000 watts per day times 0.35. That's only $4,200 for the battery. Oh, this is going to work a whole lot better. But see, the thing is, I'm already time shifting so much of my high demand power to low cost time that I'm already saving a lot of money. I'm already reducing my electric bill dramatically simply by not charging the car, using the dryer, and using the hot water heater during on-peak times. That's already a huge savings right there. So what I need to do is to size the battery for my solar capacity instead of my electrical capacity, because solar panels are free. In the bigger picture here, solar panels are dirt cheap compared to batteries. So I can gang up on solar panels. So I would only need instead of a $12,500 or instead of a $10,500 battery, I would only need a $4,200 battery. And the ROI might be even smaller. I might be able to go with even smaller battery, to maximize the ROI. So the trick here would not be to maximize my off-grid power demand, but the trick here would be to maximize my off-grid time, regardless of power demand, to the smallest size battery I can get away with. So, but that does run into a second problem. Because now, instead of running stuff after 10 o'clock at night, I'm going to want to run stuff during the day when I'll be solar powered, which would even further increase my savings. So basically, the only thing we would ever be running at nighttime would be, a couple of TVs, lights, and heaters. So we would shift all of our usage to daytime usage so that we could take advantage of cheap solar panels. I know people say that, but that's The only problem is a smaller battery means less capacity. Not for energy, but for power. Meaning the battery needs to have enough power to run a 4,500 watt water heater. And while this heater is going, which is going to consume 2,000 watts. So the battery would have to put out probably around 8 kilowatts of power. It doesn't need 8 kilowatt hours of capacity, but it needs 8 kilowatts of power. It needs to be able to handle the load when these big devices turn on. You know, I'm not worried about the car because I'm running that on a trickle charge. I run that at 800 watts because I don't drive enough to need to charge the car fast. And I can always just make sure we don't run the dryer and the water heater at the same time. So I can reduce that demand power. Well, see, at 10 kilowatt hours, I might as well go 12. Because then I can reduce my electric bill to $25 a month for the, from like April through November. From April through November, my electric bill would be $25 a month. I can almost erase the electric bill. Which is not as big a savings as you would think, because that's only going to be about $1,200 in electric. No, I average 12 kilowatt hours per day. But yeah, you're right. We don't need 12 kilowatt hours battery because we still have the shore power. We only need the 12. We only need the battery capacity at night in the summer. Forget about how much power we need in the wintertime. Use the battery until it dies, then switch to shore power. So who cares? And the nice thing is the solar is going to stop producing right about when on peak comes in. So even if I only have, you know, a few kilowatt hours of battery power, it'll at least be during that 20 cents per kilowatt hour time period. So I'll maximize my savings there, even with a tiny battery. Oh man, that's much more complicated to figure out. I think the best thing to do is figure out how much battery I need for 24 hours in the summertime, and then don't worry about the wintertime. Just, it'll run off batteries for as long as it can, and then switch over to shore power. Ooh. Yeah, literally. And because it acts as a transfer switch, I don't have to worry about backfeeding my power into the grid. And that would even work in the wintertime in a grid down scenario, because I could bring in the fossil fuel powered heater and not use the mini splits. And then I would still have about 24 hours worth of electrical power for everything else. Cooking, lighting, TVs, etc. Because the heat's the only big giant power drain in the wintertime. Oh, that's going to really shorten. In a pinch, yes, you could. But with the solar panels, you don't need to. You just got to bring your power usage below what your battery capacity is. Oh man. So let's work out 12 kilowatt hours just because it's a round number. We might need less than that. We might need a lot less than 12. Matter of fact, I know we need less than that. In the summertime, it's going to be 50-50. So I only need half that. I only need a $2,100 battery. I only need 6 kilowatt hours. Because I can compensate for that with extra solar panels. So the sun's going to come up before we wake up, which means the batteries will already be recharging, because you need something in the batteries when you turn on the coffee machine or turn on the stove or whatever. But the batteries are already going to be charging for 3 or 4 hours before we get up, because the sun comes up at 5 a.m. here, 6 a.m. latest. So they'll be charging for at least 3 hours before we even get out of bed. Yeah, but if I can go smaller, that'd be better. The only downside with going smaller is now you run into the problem of, can the batteries generate enough power to run the high power devices? Because you still need to be able to put out 8 kilowatts of power. Usually the cheaper batteries are limited to 1C. And because if we go with the cheap batteries, it's 1C. That means I need at least 8 kilowatts of batteries. 8 kilowatts will make sure I can generate 8 kilowatt hours of batteries will mean I can guarantee I'll be able to generate 8 kilowatts of power. So if the mini and the hot water tank turn on together, that's okay. If the mini and the dryer turn on together, that's okay. I just have to have enough solar power to replenish that power. That means I need a lot less power at night. Because right now I use a lot of power at night because I'm running the dryer at night, I'm running the hot water at night. But if I run those things during the day while solar peak is up, I need an even smaller battery. How does that work? How does that work? If I have a battery pack and solar panels into a grid tie box, and I'm not using shore power, so it's only going to use shore power if it needs it. Can I exceed the demand power of the battery if there's active solar coming in? So, if I got, 3 kilowatt hours of solar panels coming in, plus the 3 kilowatt hours the battery can, or 5 kilowatt hours the battery can put out, does that mean I can put an 8 kilowatt load on that? So it'll use as much of the solar as it can and then only tap into the battery for what the solar can't produce. So if I'm generating 5 kilowatt of solar and I need okay, so I can do that, but that's risky though, because if the solar dips, now you're gonna slam that load into your battery, which would be dangerous. So, but then it could switch to shore power if it needs to. I don't know. I got to figure out what's safer for that. But let's assume I need a 6 kilowatt battery. Because how much are these 300 amp hour batteries? 300 times 12. That's 3,600 watt hours. So I would only need 2 batteries, $2,000. In theory, let's assume we can figure out how to make that work. Let's just go with that for now and see what happens. I would still need the 12 kilowatt multi-box. So that's $4,000. And let's assume, I think 2 kilowatt of solar would still be enough. Because 2 kilowatt of solar is still going to generate more power in the summertime than I'm going to use in an entire day. So 2 kilowatt of solar panels is going to generate 20 kilowatt hours of power per day. So let's go to 2,500 just to be safe. So $2,500. So we're looking at $2,000 plus $2,000 plus $2,500 plus, let's call it $500 in hardware. That's $7,000. You think I'll only get 8 kilowatt hours out of that? So I'm going to need more solar. So 2,500 watts might not be enough. Hey, Vaughn, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. Well, let's go with this for now just to see what kind of numbers we're looking at. Okay. So I have $1,066 in this is how much I will save in shore power total. 1,066 hours. That's how much I use. This is how much I need per winter. Because we're going to be storing a lot less than we need in the wintertime, we can use averages. So that is, so remember $7,000. I'm really pissed off that I cannot bring any windows above these windows. Who the fuck thought that was a good idea? I want to punch that person in the face. At least I can overlap those two. And I can overlap this one. So these can overlap each other. But at least I can move them aside. Okay. Okay, so $7,000 is our base cost. And we could probably bring that down. I'm betting you we could bring this down a lot lower. I'm betting you I could bring that down lower. I'm betting you I could bring that down to around 6. But let's go with 7 for now. Okay, make this small again. That's good. So, 1,066 divided by 5 divided by 30. So I would only say I would save $7.10 per day. If I have a 6 kilowatt hour battery, so remember $7 a day. So 6 kilowatt hours times 0.2. That's wrong. 6 kilowatt hours times 0.2. So $1.2 a day. So in the wintertime, my daytime usage would drop to 0. And I would save $1.2 per day in nighttime usage. My average bill was $240-ish. Let's call it 220 times 5. That doesn't make any sense. I did something wrong. 250 times 5. That's 1250. There's no way 1,066 of that is during that 8.5 hours. The bill's roughly 50-50. So if we do 250 times 5, we subtract the money we cannot save, 125. Yeah, 125. And if we assume half of that power is daytime, divide by 2, I'll save $562 in the daytime. And I'll save, so remember 562, 1.2 times 30 times 5, 180 plus 262. I should save $442 in the wintertime. So 442. Let's open up another calculator. I can't see the goddamn fucking windows anymore because they're behind the fucking stupid. Oh, I can shrink them. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. I can shrink the little calculators. I can resize you little scumbags. So get out of my face. Calculator. Oh, come on. Stop messing with me. So, in the summertime, my average electric bill is 110. So 110. Let's subtract the 25 because you can't save that. So that's $85. And that's times 7. So $5.95. It's got to be higher than that. No, that's under. Oh, because I can't save the $25. That's right. Plus 442. It's only $1,037. So by 100% erasing my electric bill for 7 months out of the year, and erasing my daytime usage plus 6 kilowatt hours of nighttime usage per day in the wintertime, I'll save $1,037 a year. But since the system's only $7,000, 7,000 divided by 1037. The ROI is 6.7 years, 7-year ROI. That's not a bad ROI. It's not a great ROI, but it's not a bad ROI. So the question is it worth saving $1,000 a year after 7 years? EIA, what's that? Why can't I click that? It's interesting that it allowed you to post that, but it won't let me click it. Unless you've fuddled the link a little bit to make it work. Yeah, you're only losing 25%. I'm already factoring in 25%. So it says here, annual energy production kilowatt hours 2078. If you have them flat with no tracking, you get 1402. So you're losing about 30%. So if I oversize the array by 30%, I can compensate for the loss. Well, my electric bill is a bit higher than I was projecting, so let me actually calculate this using my actual electric bills here, because I have them all right here. So 138 plus 140 plus 140 plus 108 plus 120. Skip the next 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 137 and 120. So that's $903. Now I have to subtract the $25 that I cannot save. $903 minus, we're talking about 7 months. 100, that's 175, 175. So that's $728 plus $442. Did I do that right? I would save $1,170 per year. 7,000 divided by 1170. 6 years. 6 years is not a bad ROI. I mean, it's not great. I would like 3 or 4 years, but 6 years. Yes, I have multiple air fryers. And keep in mind, if I am successful at moving part of my content into my Life of Nerys content, into batteries and solar panels, this ROI can be faster. So, for example, one of the first things I intend to do is to take all of my lights and ceiling fans off grid, totally off grid. So I will always have ceiling fans and lights no matter what, and they will cost me zero power. I plan to actually run my own circuit into the house. At first, I'm just going to plug it in. I'm just going to plug it into the wall, plug it into one of these batteries, and time shift, the peak demand time. And then once I have enough batteries and solar panels, off grid completely. And I think I already have enough batteries to do that. So I already have the batteries because I have enough 12 amp hour batteries. How many 12 amp hour batteries do I have? Let me close all these calculators. So yeah, the best ROI for minimum time without doing grid tie, because I can't do grid tie, the best ROI is going to be 6 years. And it would only cost $7,000. Now, I don't have that, but, in the future. In the next few years, maybe. Let's see here. I also have ideas for microgrids. So the biggest expense in this entire equation is batteries. Batteries are the biggest expense. So if I can run things off of strictly solar panels or solar panel with a very tiny battery, like a battery that's just big enough to cover if a cloud goes over or some crap like that. So it cost me $2.20 to charge the car. Let's say I charge it 3 times a week. Well, let's say twice a week. So 2.2 times 2 times 52. Right now I'm spending $230 a year charging the car, approximately. If I get enough solar panels to charge the car directly without having to use any grid power at all, I can only save about $230 a year. So what's the ROI on that? I would only need solar panels. I wouldn't need anything else. If I charge the car at 800 watts, I would need like 1,500 watts in solar panels to make sure I have enough. Probably wouldn't really need that much. I bet you I can get away with 1,200 watts. That would be a 30% surplus. So if I got solar panels for $100 a pop, it's $1,200. That's still 6 years. 1,200 divided by 230. 5 years. That's a 5-year ROI. That's a pretty long ROI. I don't even know if that car will last 5 years. Although, of course, those solar panels could go back into the house as well. I could use, once the car is fully charged, I could then tap that power for other things. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We started off with how do we power a 3D printer on solar power, and now we're going into all kinds of solar crap. It's fun. So I want to get the solar panels cheaper to make the car more viable. Like, for example, if I can get those 75-watt panels, I did it again. I opened Wondershare. And I gotta wait for it to load again so I can cancel it again. Thank you. You can do that pretty easily. Just make sure you overpower the solar panel to cover efficiency differences. You're also going to want to use like a 1224 volt to USB-C PD adapter, not an AC adapter. So, for example, if you plugged a a 150, 200 watt panel into a 24 volt USB-C PD, then you can run that right into your Delphini. And then you can also run 100 watts of direct solar. So you could actually use the same solar panel. If you got a single 300 watt solar panel, 300 or 400 watt, a big residential solar panel, just one, which you can usually get for 100, 150 bucks. You can use that to power both. So you could take the solar panel output to a charge controller, have that charge controller output the 24 volts, and then 24 volts to the 12 volt adapter for the USB-C PD, and then also 24 volts into the Delphini. And they'll split share the power as they need it, because you're going to be generating more than you need, so you should get the full 100 watts to each, and that'll allow you to charge at 200 watts. Now that of course means your load has to be lower than 200 watts, because you need, assume you have 10 hours. Let's see, let's assume you get 475 watt hours of actual usable capacity. Well, you still need to put the 500 in. So 500 divided by 10. 500 watt hours divided by 10. So you only need 50 watt hours to fully charge the battery before nightfall. So your solar panel should allow you to draw a full 200 watts and still charge the battery before sunfall. But it can only take 200 watts of input, even if the solar panel makes more. So maximum 150 watt load. So as long as your load was a maximum of 150 watts, then your Delphini would be enough to run that load and fully recharge itself before nightfall. But the catch is you can't run a 150 watt hour load overnight. So could it run, how long will it run like a 60 amp hour load? What's the biggest load you could run 24 hours? Power input is irrelevant, because a 300 watt panel is more than enough for everything you need. So what we need, I can make this one smaller too. Oh, thank God. So damn big. So let's assume you need 12 hours of power. So let's say you have 475 watt hours of usable power divided by 12. 40 watts. You could put 150 watts on it in the daytime, but once nighttime came, your maximum is 40 watts. Anything more than 40 watts, and you won't have enough power to make it to morning. Now, if you don't need it to run all night, if you're running fixed loads just for a certain number of hours, then you just have to calculate. You have to figure out, like if you're going to run a 200 watt TV, then you can run it for 2 hours, before you'd be out of power. Now, if you were running a refrigerator, you would have to get that down to 40 watts, which might be enough, maybe. You should. A full-size fridge, no. But a smaller, like one of the 12 volt fridges, maybe. But something to keep in mind, a lot of these boxes have regulated outputs, which is good. You want regulated output. However, because of the inefficiencies of running a high draw regulated DC output and AC inverters being more refined than DC inverters, your AC inverter might actually be more efficient than your DC inverter. Meaning you might actually be better off running it off the AC outlet, depending on what kind of device it is. Now, of course, if you're running a 12-volt fridge, you have two inverters. You have this AC inverter, and then you have the AC-DC inverter of the fridge. So when you combine this AC inverter's loss of efficiency and the fridge's AC-DC inverter's loss of efficiency, you might actually be better off running on the DC inverter, the DC converter. But as far as just charging your Delphini, that's easy. I mean, it's not even a slight problem. Just 300-watt panel will do it. A 100-watt panel will charge it during the day if you plug it into the DC. I believe it comes with MC4 connectors, so you can plug directly into a panel. So $75, you can get a panel that will fully charge your Delphini every day, and allow you to use it during the day as well. The only reason to want the USB-C PD from the solar panel, because that's a conversion. And so you're converting from solar power to 24-volt DC power, and then you're converting 24-volt DC power to 19-volt USB power, and then you're converting 19-volt USB power back into whatever power the inverter box needs. That's a lot of conversions. The fewer conversions you have, the better. So you're better off using the solar input to charge. The only time that the USB-C PD input becomes important is if you want to charge faster than 100 watts. Because I believe the Delphini box, both the solar port and the USB port, are limited to 100 watts. So you can only charge the box at 100 watts unless you use both. If you use both, then you can charge the box at 200 watts. But do you have a need to charge the box at 200 watts? If you don't, then don't. Just plug a 100-watt solar panel. 150 watt would be ideal. This way, losses, you still end up with 100 watts. Just watch you don't go above the voltage limit of the box. You'd be better off just charging the box off direct solar. There's less conversions. So the only time you would need the USB-C PD input is if you're charging it from grid power, in which case it's just convenient. Or if you need 200 watts of input power. Yeah. It's too bad that Delphini box isn't available anymore. Because, man, that 500 watt hours for $180 is a good deal. That's a really good deal. Damn. The Bluetti is nice because of the UPS is fast enough to act as a UPS. Like, I want 5 more of these just to use them around the house as UPSs. Because these just make fantastic UPSs. AC in, AC out, it's a UPS. So it'll protect all my stuff from the bad. It's getting freaking cold in here. Oh, I got the AC on. I was a little cold earlier. Or a little warm. Yeah, a little warm earlier. But now it's like frigid in here. Definitely don't need that anymore. Jeez. If your wash finishes in the next 5 minutes, which I don't think it will be, you can put it in the dryer. But after 3:30, you gotta wait till 10:30. So if it's done by 3:30, like in 5 minutes, you can put it in the dryer. If it's done in the next 10 or 15 minutes, you can put it in the dryer. But if it's gonna be more than 10 or 15 minutes, we'll just wait till 10:30. In fact, I'm gonna turn the hot water on again, just because I need a shower. So yeah, that's interesting. So I guess the best thing to do would be to wait a couple years, because I have no money now, wait a couple years, see how many batteries and solar panels and battery boxes I can get for review, and see how much of the house I can take off the grid using those. And the more of that I do, the less I'll need in the end. I mean, in the end, I might get enough free stuff to take the whole house off the grid except for the 240-volt stuff. Meaning the only thing I won't be able to take off the grid until I have a larger battery and a larger solar array would be the hot water heater, the mini split, and the dryer. And there's already a way I can partially take the mini split off grid by simply not using it as much. For example, I have a small 5,000 BTU air conditioner, and I'm going to run that air conditioner off solar panels. You know, a small battery box like this, you know, because this will put out 600 watts, and I would only need three solar panels. Three 250-watt solar panels would get me 750 watts. I only need an average of 455 watts. So that's double what I need. And I could run that 5,000 BTU air conditioner for absolutely nothing from about 5:30 a.m. until about 8 o'clock at night. Well, probably more like 7 o'clock at night and probably more like 7 o'clock in the morning. But if I add an extra solar panel, if I put a kilowatt of solar panels on there, then I could probably run that AC from 5 a.m. all the way until 8 a.m. maybe, or 8 p.m., maybe even 8:30 p.m. because you'll have a little bit of battery capacity in this, plus the kilowatt of solar panels. They'll still generate power, just not as much as the sun goes down. So I'll be able to get, free air conditioning from 5 or 6 a.m. until, 7 or 8 p.m. every day. And so that air conditioner will be enough to cool most of this house. And so the big unit will simply never have to turn on. I just set it for a higher temperature than the window unit so that if the window unit, doesn't keep up, then these will kick on. We're basically just set the window unit for colder than these. And as long as it generates enough cold, these won't have to run as much. They won't have to cycle on and on as much. And that's a little harder in the wintertime. Not because... Okay, the problem with heat, you can cool this entire living room and kitchen with a 5,000 BTU air conditioner. You cannot cool this same space with 5,000 BTUs of heat. This space would require about 20,000 BTUs of heat. So it just requires 4 times the amount of power. It's 100% efficient. You just need 4 times as much. So solar power, direct solar powering heaters is a lot harder to do. So what I would do is I would connect like a pair, 3 solar panels to a 700 watt radiator heater, or some kind of heater where if you don't give it enough power, it'll still work. It just won't make as much heat. And then just let the solar panels generate as much heat as they can. And then the house heaters will just make up the difference. So even if I only get, 3,000 BTUs out of the heaters, that's 3,000 less BTUs that the grid-powered heaters would have to generate. And as long as you're getting the panels cheap enough where it's not hurting your bank account, who cares? Basically I'll take one of those IBC tanks, fill it halfway with water. This way it'll act as a concrete anchor, mount solar panels to the top of it, and I could put 4 solar panels on top of one of those things. So I could put a kilowatt of solar panels on each IBC tank. I can get an IBC tank for $80. Use the tank with the water in it for the solar mount, and then use the cages as storage. I want the cages anyway, so the tanks are basically free. And the water's not free. That's a little expensive. You know, what did I pay? $36 for 1,500 gallons of water, I think. So 36 divided by, was it 12.50? I think it was. So I'm paying 3 cents a gallon for water. So $125 times 0.03. It'll cost me $4 to fill up the IBC. That's not too bad. And then put the solar panels on top of it, either 4 250s or 2 or 3, probably 2, 3 or 400 watt panels, and just secure them to the IBCs. Probably eventually for larger solar arrays, I will trailer mount them. So I'll build a solar mount on a trailer. That'll require me to buy a trailer, but you can usually get cheap trailers, around here, $200-300. And it doesn't have to be road safe because I'm never going to put it on the road. I would take the solar panels off of it before moving it, so the solar panels can extend well beyond the trailer. But by it being a trailer, once I pay the registration, that's one time and it's permanent. They have permanent trailer plates here. And this way I avoid the need of asking permission to mount solar panels. Because even though ground below 30 inches doesn't require a permit, I think ground mounting solar panels does require a permit. And even if that permit's cheap, I don't want it. I don't want to ask permission. I do not recognize their right to force me to ask permission to put solar panels on my property. I don't think they have that right. They have that power, obviously. I do not believe they have that right. I do not believe it is a righteous power. So I'll work around it. I can mount solar panels to a trailer, and I'm allowed to have a trailer on my property, and that doesn't require any permission from them. So I can set up 2 or 3 trailers with solar panels on it. I've got 1.25 acres of land. I could put 10 trailers back there, and nobody would even know there was trailers because all they would see is solar panels, and nobody's going to say anything about solar panels. And if the city says you got a permit for that, I was like, they're all trailers. Yeah, fuck you. So the neighbors are not going to complain because it's just solar panels, and the city can't do anything about it because it's just trailers. So that's probably what I'll do. And, I'll figure it out. Figure it out little by little. That's a long ways down the road. I didn't get the money. So the first plan is I got to dig out 6 of those batteries. I got to find the 10 amp hour batteries because that is enough batteries to run that printer overnight. I've already got the solar panels. I got the 200 watt Bluetti, and I know exactly where it's at. It's right there next to the post. It even says Bluetti on the box. I've already got a charge controller. I got a charge controller right there. The wind turbine's going to take a little bit to set up because I need to figure out how to both afford and transport a pipe. I need at least a 22, 25 foot pipe. Because for a wind turbine to work properly, you really need to get the wind turbine 20 feet higher than the tallest thing in its path. So my containers are 10 feet tall. So if I get a 22-foot pipe, I'll have 2 foot of pipe to bolt to the container, and then the rest will take it 20 feet higher than the container, so 30 feet above the ground. So I found a 22-foot pipe for $100, but it's out in Timbuk fucking nowhere. And I don't know if I can safely. Okay, I know I can mechanically mount a 22-foot pipe to the roof of my Kia. I can ratchet strap it down to the roof rack. I have crossbar roof rack now. The question is, can I safely put a 22-foot pipe on the roof of my car? I'm not worried about the pipe sticking out the front because I just need to pay attention to that. But if the person behind me is in a van or a truck or a bus and doesn't notice that I have, 5 or 6 feet of pipe sticking out the back of the car, that can run right through their windshield. And, of course I'd flag it. You'd put red flags on the end of it. But that'd be something tough to live with if I killed somebody because they braked a little too late and impaled themselves on a pipe behind my car. So I gotta think about that. How long is a Kia? 2017 Kia Soul Dimensions. It's 163 inches long. 163 divided by 12. It's 13.5 feet long. 13.6. 22 minus 13.6. So that's 8 feet. Okay, I can live with that. So I would only have 4 feet of pipe sticking out of each end of the car. If you're within 4 feet of me, that's your fault. If you can manage to impale yourself with a 4-foot pipe, that would mean you're driving a flat-fronted vehicle and you're 2 foot inside my car. So I can live with that. So maybe I can get that pipe. Because with the Kia, it's 100 miles round trip. I could probably get 35, 38 miles per gallon, probably 35. Because of the mountain climb coming back up the mountain. So 35 miles per gallon would mean I would need 3 gallons of gas. That's $3.50 a gallon. I got a coupon. So that's $11 in gas. I can afford that. $11 in gas. Is it done? If it's done, go ahead and put it in. It's only going to be a tiny bit of on peak time.
Your clothes are in the dryer.
So take them out. And no, I don't think my clothes are in the dryer. I think I already took them out. Okay, well, we'll take them out right now. They are. Yeah, I think they are. I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't have swapped them over until I was ready to start. Yeah. So I could live with that. I can live with 4 feet. 4 feet is safe enough for me. If in order for you to impale yourself with 4 feet of pipe, that would require you to be 2 feet inside my car. So you're gonna have bigger problems than my pipe. So maybe I can get that pipe. I still don't know how I would mount it. I can mount it to the container, but that would only put it 12 feet in the air. It'd be 22 feet in the air, but only 12 feet above the container. I really need to lift it up 8 feet. But then I need some way of mounting it to the container itself. Now, I do have some 8-foot pipes that I got. And this is a 4-inch pipe. So I could take the 8-foot pipe, put the 22-foot pipe on top of it, screw clamp them together, and then I can clamp that whole thing to a post on the carport. So I can lean it against the carport post and then strap it down to that. And that would get it 30 feet in the air, which would be 20 feet above the roof and the trees. But then I'd be wasting one of my 8-foot pipes, which I don't really want to do. I will if I have to, but I don't want to if I don't have to. That's all right. I'm just trying to figure out how to get the wind turbine set up. Because if I got the wind turbine set up and I generated any power at all at night, it would extend my runtime for the printer. Because I'm probably going to do an Ender 5, just because I have 2 ready to run Ender 5s. And Ender 5 is more rugged. So it'd be, although it'd be heavier with the 6 batteries underneath it. But the Ender 5, I could extend that frame down and put the 6 batteries underneath the Ender 5. I'd want to get a smaller charge controller, because that's going to be a pretty big charge controller. And I don't need a lot. I only need 60 watts. So, 120 watts, 150 watts is plenty. I don't know if they make any small charge controllers that can take both wind and solar input. I know the big ones do. But I don't know if any of the smaller ones, cheaper ones, have the ability to take both. Interesting. So what are the 10 amp hour batteries? $40 a piece. You need 6 of them. That's $240 in batteries, plus charge controller, plus solar panel. So you're looking at what, $450 to off-grid one printer? Yeah, if you get that 240 watt panel for $75, and if the batteries are $40 a piece, you need 6. That's $240. And then you need a charge controller, which you could probably get for $30. Call it $20 in wire miscellaneous. So about $360. So about $360. You could completely off-grid one 3D printer if you have good, decent sunlight. If you live up in Pennsylvania, this might not work so well. But if you live south, where you have decent sunlight most of the year, you could completely off-grid one printer for less than $400. Maybe a lot less, depending on what kind of prices you get. Let's see here. Let's close up a bunch of these. MPPT. I know you can get cheap MPPT charge controllers. We do not need anything remotely this powerful. Here we go. Here's a 60 amp MPPT charge controller for $26. 12 or 24 volt, which is perfect. Here's another 60 amp that also has 12 volt or USB outputs, which is nice. You can charge your phone. Actually, they're the same thing. They're the exact same unit, just different companies. Here's a 30 amp. That's plenty. 30 amp is more than enough. We ain't going to be drawing anywhere near that amount of power. There, solar, battery, load. Perfect. So you'd plug your solar panel to the left, battery into the center, and your printer into the right. It's also got dual USB ports. USB, for example, would allow you to run but is the DC 24 volt? It has a DC load option, but is that a 24 volt option? What are the solar input limits? Why doesn't it tell you any of this? Well, if it can handle 30 amps, it's got to be able to handle a decent solar panel. Well, this would just be to do one. Just to do one as a project. And this is not to save money. If you have grid power, you're nuts trying to put a printer off grid. There's no reason to. There's just no sane reason for you to want to do that. This is for people who are already off grid and they want a 3D print. So how cheaply can you do it? That's the question. So right now we're under, I'm betting you we could be under $350 if you buy a used panel. That's the trick. If you have to buy a solar panel, it's going to cost a lot more. Hey, Whisper. So $20 for the charge controller, and that's more than enough. Question is, will this charge controller output 24 volts? It says it's 1224 automatic adaptation, but what is the output? I need to know that it puts out 24 volt out, because that's what the printer needs. The printer needs 24 volts. Here's one for $14, even cheaper. Exactly. You'd never have to worry about power interruption. You'd be totally off the grid. You could be out in the middle of the woods printing. Here's $13.92%, or $13.92 with a 5% coupon. And I believe I have although this is a PWM charge and not an MPPT charge. I don't know how important that is. Isn't MPPT better? Okay. 30 amp. You can discharge at 10 amps. So 240 watts, that's plenty. Max solar input. 24 volt battery, solar input 46 volt. So you can plug, a single larger solar panel into this. Okay. Wait a minute. It says, oh, default and adjustable. I'm assuming these are all doubled for 24 volt. I don't know how that works. Just don't know how that works. Well, no, yeah, this would be running off of batteries. Because as soon as the sun goes down, you're not going to have any solar anymore. That's why the trick was to get the battery consumption as low as possible. And that's where all the cost is going. I mean, the charge controller is $20. The solar panel is $75 used. So that's the cost isn't there. 390 watt input, 780 watt at 24 volt. It looks like that should be well within the specifications of what we need. This is a 20 amp one for $13. But I think we're splitting hairs at this point and trying to get the power lower. This guy asked, well, because we're on a very small co-op here, they punish solar users for grid tie. So there's not much benefit to doing a grid tie setup here. Very expensive, high requirements, no banking, no SREX. I mean, you still have to pay the $25 connection fee every month, no matter how much power you make. You can't save your bank your power for other months. They heavily punish solar users here. This guy asked, why do people try and answer questions here that they clearly don't have a clue about what they're saying? Because a lot of times you'll see answers to things um, where people will answer a question on Amazon that just says, I don't know. Well, why did you bother answering if you don't know? And it's because of the way Amazon handles that. Amazon will actually send you an email, and that email will say, can you answer this question? And it'll have the question there, and you can click on it and answer it. Well, people who are not familiar with how Amazon works, how the review process works, or especially people who are older and not really familiar with how the internet works, they might feel obligated to answer. Like they might not realize that Amazon is asking them if they know the answer to this question. They might think Amazon is saying, you have to answer this question. You know, it's kind of like when a cop asks you something, you don't have to answer most of the time, in fact. But because he's an authority figure, people feel obligated to answer, even if they don't know the answer. So they'll answer with an I don't know. Well, the same thing happens when Amazon sends you an official email saying, can you answer this question? Especially older people, younger people, people who don't know better, people who aren't familiar with this process, usually older people, who they might feel obligated, like they're supposed to click this and answer this. But of course they don't know the answer, so they answer with I don't know. But that's why you see that on Amazon. That's why you'll see people answering questions with a simple I don't know. Why did you bother then? Because they thought they had to. Because Amazon said, "Do you know the answer to this?" You know, it's considered rude to ignore people. So, depending on what generation you're from and your skill level with technology, some people might feel obligated to click the button and put something in. As I get money, I'm going to actually buy these components that I find for this process. Right now, I'm going to use the charge controller I have because it's free. But later on, I'm gonna, you know, when I decide on which one of these would be best to put into a kit, I'm gonna buy it, make sure it works, and then I'll be able to create a video surrounding that and affiliate links to these parts, and I'll actually be able to say yes, this actually does work. I don't want to suggest something to people without an assurance that yep, this is gonna work. Now the batteries, LIFEPO4. $36. See anything cheaper? So far, 36 is the cheapest. Oh, here's one for 30. No, it's only 6 amp hours. Why would you even show that to me? I told you 10 amp hour. If I tell you 10 amp hour, I don't want to see anything else. Makes me want to growl. Okay, so it looks like the cheapest is 36 bucks. Let's double check. 12 times 12.8 times 10. Come on. 128 watt hours times 6, 768 watt hours. That should be enough. Divided by 60, 12.8 hours. It would be better to use 12 amp hour batteries, but you can get away with 6. What's the cost difference? All right, we automatically jump to $50. That's a big price jump for 2 amp hours. $48. So let's stick with the 10 amp hours. So that is Michelle, why didn't you go switch clothes? Why didn't you switch to clothes? It's too late now. Now we're too deep into the on peak time. Well, then you stop the game, you get up, you switch it, and then you go back to the game. The game will still be there waiting for you. It's not going to go anywhere.
I forgot.
So that's $216 for batteries, $75 for a used solar panel, and you might even be able to get cheaper. My area solar panels are going to be higher priced than your area, most likely. And $20 for a charge controller. That's $311. Figure $20 for miscellaneous, and we've got this down to $330. That ain't bad. That's really not that bad. And that will run a 3D. Now that's it with no heat bed. During the day, you can use the heat bed. So you can start off during the day with the heat bed on because you'll replace that power from the solar panel without a problem. But once the night goes down, once the sun goes down, that heat bed needs to be off. And this gets a little dicier if you're up north, and this gets dicier if you use a printer that has like a 32-bit color touchscreen, all that stuff, because they draw more power. So this is for, Ender 2, Ender 3, Ender 5, Fucus Odin 5, they have a color screen, but longer LK4, longer LK5 might be okay. I'll have to see how much power they consume. But you want to try to be at 60 watts or less. If you have to go up in power, it's another $72, but that'll get you another 250 watt hours, which is more than enough to get you through the whole night. So the 6 batteries is sketchy. It's close. Reality CR6 SE, I'm betting takes a bit more power. I'll try it, but I'm betting it takes a bit more power because it's got more hardware on board that's being run, and the color touchscreen, all that. It's gonna take a bit more power, but we'll try it. You're gonna if you're gonna do anything but the old school printers, then you're gonna want to go with a little bit more battery power. So what about 20 amp hour? So if I went 40 amp hours, 2 batteries, 40 times 12.8, that's 512. That's not enough. So what you'd want is 15 amp hours. With 15 amp or 16 amp hours, you could run 4 batteries. Actually, that's not too bad. 16 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery is $70 with a coupon. Here's one for 60. That's $240. That's a yes. We're gonna go with 4 16 amp hours. No. Yeah, we're definitely gonna go with the 16 amp hour. Yep. Definitely. let's double check the math. 16 times 12.8 times 4. That's 819 watt hours. Divided by 60. That's 13.6 hours. Yep, we're going to go with the 16 amp hour. That's the way to go. So recalculate. That's 280 for batteries, plus 75 for a used panel, plus 2, plus 20. So we're still under 400. That's $395. That is for 4 16 amp hour batteries, 1 used $75 solar panel, a $20 charge controller, and $20 for miscellaneous hardware, plus taxes, of course. And we're still under $400, and that gives us a bit more of a buffer. That gives us, so if your printer consumes 63 watt hours, you'll be fine. While with the 610 amp hour, you might not be fine. You need that little bit of buffer to make sure you can get to the next morning. If you can get more solar panels within that budget, that would be better. Believe it or not, you want as much solar panels as you can get so that if you get just enough solar, any solar you get is going to be more than enough to charge this battery and more than enough to run the printer. You're only drawing 60 watts, and you're only going to be replacing did I lose that somehow? 16 times 12.8 times 4 divided by 10. You only need 82 watts to recharge the battery in 10 hours. So add on the 60 watts the printer is consuming. Let's call it 80. You only need 140 watts. So if you can get a 300 watt panel, that's not going to give you more power because you're not going to draw that much power. But what it will do is it will increase the size of your light window. So for example, a 200 watt panel will give you the power you need for 10 to 12 hours per day. However, a 300 watt panel might extend your light window to 13 or 14 hours per day. So for example, 5 o'clock in the morning, it's light out, but probably not enough to power your printer. So let's say at 5 o'clock in the morning, your solar panel puts out 30% of its rated power. Well, 30% of a 150 watt panel is only 50 watts. That's not enough to power the printer. However, 30% of 300 watts is 100 watts. That's enough to power the printer and feed 40 watts into the battery. So the larger wattage solar panel you get, the bigger your light window will be. In fact, if, like, for example, back in Pennsylvania, I once saw, 200 watt panels for like $40 a piece. So for $80, I can get 2 of them. What that would allow you to do is slightly tilt one panel toward the rising sun and slightly tilt one panel toward the setting sun. Now, of course, while the sun is setting, that morning panel is not going to generate that much power, but it's still going to make some. But that 200 watt panel facing the sun will be able to put out 60 watts far closer to sunset. Because your battery's already going to be full. So the panel just has to put out 60 watts to keep the printer going without using the battery. And the longer it can do that, the better. Even when your solar panel drops down to 30 watts, if it can do that for another half an hour, you're only going to draw 15 watts out of your battery. So again, the more wattage of solar panels you have, the larger your light window will be to be able to generate usable power during the day. If it's overcast and stormy, your 200 watt panel might not be enough at all, but that 400 watt panel will still make enough power to both run the printer and charge the battery. So the bigger wattage you can get, the larger your light window will be. Just make sure you don't go past your voltage limitations for your equipment. So, for example, this little $20 MPB, this little $20 charge controller, you can't plug a 400 watt panel into it because that's going to be 60 volts. That's going to be more than that thing can handle. So we're going to want to go with 16 amp hour batteries to give us that little buffer. I mean, 20 amp hours would be sublime. If you have the money, go with 20. So 16 is the minimum. 20 would be even better. Because over time, over the years, you're going to degrade the quality of the battery. You're going to have less and less capacity. So you need to have, so for example, these batteries are usually rated to 2,000 or 3,000 cycles, and that is to 80% SOC. So you need, assuming we're accurate here, you need 12 hours at 60 watts. That means you need 720 watt hours to make it through a winter night. So if we call that 80%, so divide by 80, times 100, you need 900 watt hours. So that in 10 or 15 years, you'll still have 720 watt hours of usable capacity. So the more capacity you start with, the more... Yeah, like I said, if your budget allows a larger battery, then do that. And you might even still be able to keep it below 400 if you can get solar panels cheap enough. It all depends on what your solar panels cost. Like here's an 18 amp hour battery for $73. Most of the 20 amp hours, here's one for 84. So that's 84 times 4. That's $336. If you can get a solar panel for $50 and a charge controller for 20, that's $406. I call that a win. I call that $400. Well, yeah, Europe is going to be a high density area, but I'm still surprised they're expensive in Europe considering well, I guess it depends on how much rural area you have in wherever you live. Like for example, I can't see solar panels being super expensive in high density areas because where are you going to put it? You know, where are you going to mount the thing? Now, as you go further rural, well, now people have land where they can put solar panels and their value goes up. So it depends on where you live, but everything's more expensive in Europe. But then again, you make more money in Europe too. You know, in Europe, most countries have health care. Most countries have, you know, a living wage for a minimum wage. Here in the U.S., you know, our minimum wage is $1.02. In 1968 dollars, our minimum wage is 30% less than minimum wage was in 1968. So yeah, here it's a bit different. What is the cheapest 20 amp hour? Probably 84. Yeah, 84 is the cheapest. Here's one for 80. That's $320. So $80 is the cheapest. Here's two of them. Here's an $80 one with a 5% coupon. Here's an $85 one with a $5 coupon, so $80. You can get 20 amp hours for $80. So 80 times 4. This is US prices, of course. That's 320. The solar panel is going to still keep you below 400, but the MPPT is going to push you just over 400. Nice. So $80 you can get. I would definitely jump to the 20 amp hour. for only $8 more, or only $6 more than the $74 for the 16 amp hour, jump right to the 20 amp hour. Because the 20 amp hour is going to get you 256 watt hours or 1 kilowatt hour, 1024 watt hours. You only need 720 to run the printer at max. That leaves you with a surplus of 304, which is fantastic. That's a 30% surplus. So even after you lose 20% over the next 15 or 20 years, you're going to lose it probably in 10 or 12 years, since you will be fully discharging the battery every day almost. You'll still have a surplus of 100 watt hours. Wow, that's a big difference. 50 euro rent increase would be amazing here. Here people are seeing $300, $400, $500, $600 rent increases. The greed is just through the roof. It's phenomenal. It's just incredible. So that gives you 1 kilowatt hour. You can actually run other things off that battery pack. So during the daytime, you could run other stuff off that battery. So if you have a short 3-hour print, you could run that off that battery, and your solar panel will easily replace that power. You can run you could run appliances off of that. You could run a 1,000-watt microwave or a 1,000-watt coffee machine. You can run that off of that. So you can run other stuff off the grid during the daytime. Just don't do it toward the evening. Make sure you have enough hours to put that power back into the battery again. And well, I gotta go. It's 4:15, but we can talk a little bit about that. There are people who say rent control doesn't work because it creates problems, and they're right. Rent control does create its own problems. And that's because rent control is also just a band-aid on the problem. Renting should be illegal. Renting the way that we do it now shouldn't be legal. Renting is an aberration. In the past, most of our societies were feudal. So you didn't pay rent at all. Nobody paid rent. The only time you paid rent was when you were traveling, and you paid rent at an inn to stay there. Oh, I know. You never rented because you never owned. You never had a right to anything. A feudal lord would give you access to a piece of land. Sometimes you wouldn't even have a house. You'd have to build your own house. You would never own the land. And you would pay for the right to live there with a portion of your work from that land. So food, crops, animals, products, etc. The Lord would take a percentage, and what you got left you could use for whatever. You could never buy a house. It was pretty much impossible. Serf didn't buy houses. The lords owned all the land. Now, come, modern republics and democratic nations, we started to gain some form of ownership. We never actually gained true ownership. The lords always retained ownership of the land. That would be the state, your government. That's why you can only get fee simple title, and that's why you have to pay property taxes. That's the tithe that you're paying to the Lord to use that land. So we've never actually gained freedom of property ownership. Some parts of the U.S. did for certain periods, and probably other countries had similar things where you could actually get a allodial title, but it was very restricted, very hard, very limited. In most places, it didn't exist. We need to go toward that. We need to go toward ownership, where people actually own their home. And like real ownership, like you don't owe property taxes, because that means you don't own your home. That means you're renting, and we're just pretending it's something called property taxes. In reality, it's just rent to the Lord, your feudal lord, your state. But even within our feudal system of land ownership, as it currently exists, renting is an aberration. If you have any sort of taxes that you have to pay in order to retain possession of your land, then you have property taxes. You're just calling it something else. Maybe you have none of that. I have no idea. But most places have some form of monetary due in order to retain possession of your home. Where do you live? I know they're a protection racket. Well, we do. It's called violence. The problem is it's something that people don't want to do as long as life is good. But yeah, it's called you pick up your pitchforks and your lanterns and you take it by force. That's what has to happen. So what we need to do is to force our government to tax in a different way. Well, those are ignored. We are the ultimate in centralized government. The idea of piecemeal government doesn't exist in the United States anymore. We have a central government that basically controls everything, and we have a central bank that controls everything. But the point is, rent is an aberration. It should not exist to the extent that it does. Rent should apply to hotel rooms. Rent should apply to Airbnbs. Rent should apply to military and salespeople who travel the country. Rent should apply to college students. Rent should apply to people who just want to be nomadic and move around. Rent should not be the normal way low-income people live. Because the way rent works in the United States, I don't know about other countries, it's going to be totally different in other countries. But the way rent works in the United States is rent is the same thing as buying a home. There's no difference between renting a home and buying a home, except one big, huge difference. You're buying the home, but you never get to own it. Because I guarantee you, your rent equals their mortgage, their taxes, their maintenance, and their profit. So you're buying the home. You just never get to actually own it. You never gain equity. So you're paying more than it costs to own a home without actually ever owning a home. And this is the rent trap of the United States. You know what my rent is for this house? $50 a month. Because that's what my property taxes are. About $50 a month. Actually, this year it's going to be 476 divided by 12. $40 a month this year. My taxes went down to 476. That's why I live out here. Low taxes. But the thing is, the government could say next year your taxes are now $2,000 a year, and there's not much I can do about it, except sell the house and move somewhere cheaper again. That needs to end. People should be owning homes. €600 is pretty expensive. What's that? $800 US? That's about what a one-bedroom efficiency costs here in the US. $800 to $1,000. The difference, however, is you guys are making a living wage and we're not. So even though you might be able to get rent here for $1,000 a month, that would be equivalent. That's for a 2-story house, a 3 to 4 bedroom house? That's incredible. Wow. So it sounds like Europe does rent more in line with um, equitable share of the house. So your rent would pay taxes and pay upkeep and stuff like that. Wow. That's incredible. A 2-story, 3-bedroom house here in the US, that'd be $2,000, $2,300 a month. Well, it depends on where you are. Depends on where you are. In nowhere, Kansas or Texas, that might be $1,500. But in your typical, high density area, um, that would a 3-bedroom house, you'd be looking at over $2,000 a month. So, like almost 4 times what you're paying. Well, no, 3 times because you got to convert from euros to dollars. So about 3 times what you're paying. Yeah, that's why we have giant apartment buildings. Because 40% of our population can't afford that. Wow, that's incredible. What an incredible difference. And people say, "Oh, move to Europe." That's not so easy because Europe doesn't want you, and it costs a lot to do that. Well, because in theory, you already paid for it. That's part of what your rent goes toward. Your rent is supposed to go toward rent. Some of your rent is supposed to be going toward maintenance and upkeep. Incredible. But how would I fix that here in the US? Well, stop renting. People need to own their home. So the first thing we need to do is to eliminate property taxes. That's the biggest hurdle. Obviously, these counties still need that tax revenue, so we would have to compensate with a higher sales tax and higher corporate taxes. Also, I wouldn't eliminate property taxes on business properties, just on residences. The next thing I would do is once you eliminate property taxes, then you eliminate the biggest impediment to making affordable housing. And that would be that we have rendered affordable housing illegal in the US. And the reason we did that is because we have property taxes. Because the county's income is from property taxes, the county has a vested interest in property being worth as much as possible. Because if property is worth more, then you can tax more. You're going to collect more taxes from a $200,000 house than you are from a $100,000 house. Twice the taxes. So you have a vested interest in pushing up the value of homes. So counties create more restrictive and onerous zoning laws in order to force house values higher, which increases their tax revenue. Then you have, of course, that's going to make houses more valuable. So now you need longer, higher interest loans, which further pushes up the value of homes in order to justify all that interest. And then you have people buying homes as investment properties, which again further pushes up property values, which further pushes up loan values, which further pushes up tax value, which is why the counties encourage this. We need to break that connection. The only way you'll ever break that connection is one of 2 ways. You either have to eliminate property taxes, or you have to make property taxes a per diem. So everybody pays the exact same property tax regardless of the value of the property. So $100 a year, no matter whether your house is worth $30,000 or if your house is worth $3 million, you pay $100 a year. That will make the same break from zoning. That will break the zoning lock-in. Then you make it illegal to own rental properties for investment properties. You can own as many properties as you want. You ain't allowed to rent them out. If you owe any money on that property, you're not allowed to rent it. You can rent it after you've paid it off. Renting a portion of your existing property, that would be okay. So if I wanted to rent a room in my house, or if I wanted to build a casita, right next to my house and rent that, that's fine because I'm living here, because I'm living on the property, okay? So that kind of thing would be okay. But me buying that property across the street for the purpose of renting that property out, that would be illegal. Not until I paid it off. Once I've paid it off in full, then I can rent it out. That's going to have a downward push on rental prices because now you're not going to have a mortgage to pay off. And you're not going to be able to force the renter to pay off your mortgage. That's what happens in this country. Then we prefab the houses. Okay? So the government would use eminent domain if it has to, but the government would buy up affordable tracts of land. We would use federal funding to push utilities to those lands. So you would only have to run 2 to 4 utilities depending on where it was. So if we start in the south, in low density areas where this is more practical, you would have to run electricity and you'd have to run comms. So that would be cable fiber for internet and copper for electricity. Now, depending on where you are, you might be able to dig wells to feed these homes, but you'd be better off spending the money to encourage utility wells to then water to the homes. So this way, a homeowner doesn't have to worry about their well drying up. You'd have a utility well feeding, the 2,000 homes in the area. And then I would probably put, you'd have the land in, say, 1 acre lots. And you'd put 2 or 3 homes on each lot, and you'd put a septic tank on each lot. So one septic tank that's large enough to handle, 3 or 4 bathrooms. This way you could put 3 homes on land, and each home would have 1 bathroom. This would all be federally funded. So the federal government as well as the state governments would run roads to the neighborhoods, would plot out the land, run power, run water, put the septic tanks in. Hey, Fragger. Put the septic tanks in. The government would also put, small solar arrays in to power the local amenities such as streetlights. They would all be self-powered. Lithium iron phosphate batteries are going to last 20 or 30 years at this scale. So this would not be difficult and it would not be expensive. And then you would bring in prefab homes. The homes, I would make them out of shipping containers. So you would have 2 shipping containers. You could have a super small efficiency, good enough for 2 people. That would be 1 shipping container, 330 square foot. But the typical would be 2 containers or 660 square feet. You can get containers where 1 wall is missing. So you'd put these 2 together, weld them. Now you'd have 600 square foot floor plan inside. You would run power down 1 wall of the home. So all your utility, kitchen, bathroom would all be along 1 side of the house. So that you could simplify the electrical layout of the house to make it super ultra simple. You would just have a couple of runs across the top for lighting and a couple outlets for each room. Super, super simplified. Mini split the whole thing, so you'd have heat pumps for maximum efficiency, and that would provide heating and cooling. Water would run to 1 spot in the whole house. So you'd have your kitchen, and then a piece of the back of the bathroom would be the utility. That'd be where the water heater, washer, and dryer would be. And then in front of that would be the bathroom, and this would all be in this one little spot. So you'd have water run to 1 spot, and then spider out to the 3 locations for the utility, bathroom, and kitchen, which would greatly reduce how much it would cost to plumb out the houses, because you wouldn't have to have water pipes running all over the house. You wouldn't have to have electrical running all over the house. Ultra super simplified. Every house would have the exact same washer and dryer, the exact same dishwasher, the exact same sink, the exact same fridge, the exact same HVAC. They would all use the exact same stove, even the exact same microwave. They would all use, you wouldn't even need a microwave. That the homeowner could buy that. But all the major appliances would be identical nationwide. The government would work with corporations across the planet to all fabricate the exact same equipment to the exact same standards. They would all be built toward low cost, long life. Normally, you can't have low cost and long life. Normally, you give up long life for low cost. But we're going to mass produce this shit on such a ridiculous scale that the economy of scale is going to destroy the price of these things. We're talking a range for $100, a fridge for $200, whatever. It's going to be dirt freaking cheap, and everything will be electric, no gas. The reason for that is because eventually it shouldn't be difficult to put these homes on solar power. You have grid power, but eventually it wouldn't be difficult to put them all on solar power. That means you want everything to be electric because you can make your own electricity. You can't make your own gas. These homes would be sold for $25,000 to $30,000 and would include the land the home is on. There would be no bank loans. Congress would loan out the money directly with a 10% fixed interest rate, not APR, 10% fixed. So your $30,000 loan would have $3,000 in interest, and that's it. Your payoff amount will be $33,000. It doesn't matter whether you pay it off early. You pay $33,000. You get charged $3,000 interest the moment you sign the deed. Yes, I believe we need nuclear power. We should be all nuclear now. It's silly. It is by far the cleanest, safest, and greenest power we have. Especially some of the newer ones they have. The newer pebble reactors that they're working on are just so much safer and more efficient. And a lot of them can use waste fuel to make more power. Exactly, until fusion becomes practical. Which might be in our lifetimes, which would be very cool. So you can't save on interest unless you're paying cash up front. So if you got 30 grand, you pay 30 grand. If you don't have 30 grand, you pay $33,000. And so you can pay it off early if you want, but there's no penalty paying off early. There's no savings paying off late because there's no APR. You're just going to pay $33K. The $3K is just enough to help the government finance the operation to handle the loans and to help a little bit with the infrastructure. No, I don't think it's the oil companies. I don't think they care if we go nuclear. It's a lot of NIMBY. It's a lot of I don't know. Private entities probably don't want nuclear because most nuclear is probably going to be utility power and not privately owned. I hate above ground wiring. Oh God, I'm so happy my house has underground wiring. I think it's the only house on the street with underground wiring. Yeah, lots of misinformation. But $30,000 for a house. Do the math. Do the math on $30,000. That's a 5-year loan at 1/2 the current average rent that a person has to pay in this country. Average rent in the U.S. is $1,098 a month. Actually, I think it's a little higher now. It's $1,098 a month. If you got a $33,000 loan, divided by 5, divided by 12. That's $550 a month. Your loan payment will be $550 a month, and you will be done paying it in 5 years. After 5 years, you will own the home free and clear. And they're yeah, true. That's the other problem, Fragger. It's all about profit. And then of course there's no more property taxes, so you would have your home free and clear. People don't realize the side benefit of putting people in homes they own without a monthly rent payment. If we instituted universal health care, and we also instituted my program for affordable housing, you could make minimum wage $12 an hour, and it would be a living wage. Because, I mean, hell, right now, survival wage is $20 an hour. Not a living wage, survival wage, $20 an hour. Just having universal health care would lower that to $15. Now imagine if you got rid of rent. $12 an hour would not only be $12 an hour would not only be a survival wage, it'd be a living wage. Well, that's because they're rebelling against. What people don't realize is that the United States of America depends on slave labor in order to be profitable. This country is built on slave labor. We enslave more than 65% of the population. We just don't call it slavery. We call it living paycheck to paycheck. But that's just how we've converted slavery. We just made that into slavery. And the way we maintain this slave infrastructure is by having more people than jobs. When you have more people than jobs, that suppresses wages. When people have to work multiple jobs, that makes the problem even worse, which suppresses wages even more. What people don't realize is that work is non-voluntary. You don't have a choice. You work or you die. And people say, we should get rid of minimum wage and let market forces decide what wages should be. Well, market forces will always drive wages as close to zero as possible. Well, if people are willing to work for that, you're going to die. You will work for anything to delay death. If someone told you, I'll pay you $1 an hour, but you get to live a week longer, guess what you're going to do? You're going to work for $1 an hour so you can live a week longer. Well, that's why prostitution's illegal in the U.S. How dare you have a monetary resource we can't control? How dare you have a built-in natural resource you can monetize? That's why prostitution's illegal. That's why. Because they can't take it from you and force you to buy it from them. That's exactly why. All this stuff about, oh, it's not right, or it's prude, or it's disgusting, that's all bullshit. What it is they can't take your beauty from you and make you buy it in their store for a profit. How dare you control your own wealth? I mean, that's why. That's why prostitution is illegal. $19 an hour or $1,900? Well, what does that mean? What's 1,900 mean? And keep in mind, most European countries, you get paid time off, you get vacation time, you get sick time, you get personal time. $1,900 a month is not a lot. 1900 times 12. That's only $22,800. Oh, that's euros, isn't it? Divided by 2,000. Your minimum wage is $11? Or is that 1,900 euros? But even still, that would only be like $13 or $14 an hour. Okay, so they've chosen the UBI route. But see, why do that? Why have a low minimum wage and then use taxes to uplift them instead of just, well, what you're basically doing is you're doing the same thing we do here. You're providing welfare to corporations. Because the reason you have to pay out taxes for compensation, healthcare, and whatnot is because the companies aren't paying sufficiently. If you simply forced corporations to pay properly, then you wouldn't have to provide rent compensation and stuff like that. So when I say survival wage here in the US is $20 an hour, I mean without any form of welfare. So that would mean you're paying for 100% of your life's costs from the $20 an hour. So no food stamps, no rent compensation, no subsidies, no assistance of any kind, no cheat codes. You don't have to have a roommate, stuff like that, cheat codes. The minimum is 20. And even that would be pretty hard to live on. That would be very, very difficult. And in many areas, outright impossible. That's the bottom. That's the lowest. A living wage would be closer to $27 an hour. And that would cover probably 85% of the country. Good morning. 1 a.m.? Holy crap, you're on the other side of the planet. Yeah, I'm getting ready to get done here. I haven't eaten breakfast yet, and it's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon here. I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty insane what we do. It's just it's all about controlling wealth. I mean, I don't know. Absolutely. When are we going to get enough? When are we going to say enough is enough and start eating them? I guarantee you they taste like veal. I mean, they're lazy shits who are rich and get to eat all the best foods without having to actually do anything physical to earn a living. So I bet you they taste like veal. Check out the links below. You can still get this box for $240. Well, that's because she's old, but it's okay. Make beef jerky out of her. Her and McConnell make a twisted beef jerky. McConnell and her would make a good combo. But you can still get this for $240. It's only 210 watt. It's 268 watt hours, but it's about 210 usable watt hours. But it's lithium iron phosphate. It can charge at a ridiculous rate. So direct AC input charging, and it can charge at over 250 watts. And then you can also combine that with solar input up to 8.5 amps at 28 volts. So you can charge this thing at almost 600 watts, like 500 something watts. Yeah, I straight up only prefer lithium iron phosphate. And they'll last forever. I'll still be using this battery box in 15 years. Happy about her? No. It sucks that she had to die, but she lived a hell of a life. So, she lived a good life. It does have 100 watt USB PD, but that's not bidirectional. And it also has a 600-watt inverter. Most of these small battery boxes only have 200 or 300-watt inverters. This one can accept a ridiculous amount of input power, almost equal to its output power, and it can output 600 watts. On top of that, it's a true UPS. So it has pass-through AC power, and if the power goes out, there's a relay that switches over to battery power and inverter. So it has pass-through AC power, so you're not continuously grinding your battery while using it as a UPS, which is not healthy for the battery. And it's fast enough to switch over. So far, every printer I've tried it on works. It switches over to AC power without the printer rebooting. What was that one printer that was notorious for rebooting on a slow UPS? That's the one I need to test. I bet you it was the longer, because they have the 32-bit board with the touchscreen and the CR6SE. I bet you those are the two. I'll try this on the CR6SE, but on the what the hell is it called? I forgot the name. The WeDo. The WeDo with the 32-bit color screen, no problem, did not reboot. So the UPS was fast enough to do that. And then, of course, it switches back to AC power when you restore AC power. And, of course, built-in charger. So no brick to plug into this. You just take your C13 cable and jack it right into that port right there, and you're good. You could plug, I think 200 watts of solar panels into this. With solar and AC, you can charge at a little over 500 watts. It's incredible. It really is almost 500 watts. For the price, and a wireless charger on top too. So you have a little wireless charging pad for your phone that you can put your phone on top if you have wireless charging. So yeah, this box is incredible. And also the display is so massively improved. And there's an app. You can even log into this device with an app on your phone and control things. You could turn things on and off, see how much power is coming, shows you input and output power, as well as your capacity in the middle here. It also has the ability to, it has a boost charge rate, so it can charge extra fast on AC power to 80% to get you out the door quickly. You can also tell it to econo charge. You could tell it to only charge at 100 watts. That's what I have this set to. I have it set to only charge at 100 watts. It's still going to fully charge in 2.5 hours, but it's silent. The fan almost never comes on. So it's nice and quiet while it's charging. Really, really, really nice battery box. The only downside to this battery box is it's only 210 usable watt hours. That's kind of a bummer. But for $240, you can't lose. I mean, I can run my 3D printers off this in the car because it's got the 600 watts output. So even with the heat bed, no problem. Ender 3, Ender 5, CR10, no problem. This will run it, no problem. With the AC and the solar input, I can easily input enough solar power to keep it running, even with the heat bed going. So if you have enough solar panels, ooh, you print one of the dragons, these. Oh, I can't pick it up, but you're printing out one of these. But yeah, I mean, it is my current favorite battery box. The best bang for your buck would be the Delphini. That was $180, and it's 500 watt hours, and it can charge by USB-C PD100. But maximum 200 watt charge input and not good as a UPS. Because you're going to be running off the battery all the time. You can charge and run at the same time, but it's not a true UPS. So you're charging the battery and using the battery, which is a little rougher on the battery. Fast color changing, nice. But as far as bang for the buck, features, capacity, chemistry, output power, nothing can touch this box. Just nothing. If I had $600, I'd go buy three more of these, $700. I'd go buy 3 more of these just to use them as UPSs in the house. Like, when I'm here at home, this is going to be the UPS for my TV and computer here. Because this should have enough power. Ooh, maybe not. 600 watts might not be enough for computer screen and 65-inch screen. Because I think that thing takes like 400 watts. It takes a lot of power. I'll have to put a meter on it. But it'll definitely UPS my bedroom. Protect my TV and even run the TV for an hour if the power goes out. And because it's lithium iron phosphate, I'm not wasting cycles. It's got 3,500 cycles or more. So I lose 20% over the next 15 years. Who cares? It'll be, something else will break before the battery wears out. Okay. And by being lithium iron phosphate, it's almost impossible for it to burn your house down. I mean, I guess if you were to puncture it with an ice pick, that might start a fire, but lithium iron phosphate batteries are much less volatile and much more stable than lithium ion, lithium polymer, lithium cobalt. They're just, I don't mind lithium iron phosphates in my house. I do mind lithium ion in my house if it's being used in a continuous charge cycle, meaning like a UPS. But yeah, I've been using this thing for weeks now, and I took it to Denver with me. I used it to run the fridge in the car along with the Delphini. So what I would do is I would use the Delphini to go overnight, and I would use this during the day. And when I came back to the hotel room, I plopped this on the nightstand. We plugged our phones into it to charge them up, and it charged up in 2.5 hours at 100 watts. And then when I went back out to the car in the morning, I plugged the fridge back into it and ran the fridge all day. So, nice freaking unit. Really, really nice freaking unit. And when later on, when I have this thing on solar power, I can also use the PD 100 watt output to charge the Delphini box at full power, because this can take 200 watts of solar input. And since I told it to only charge at 100 watts, that leaves the other 100 watts to go out for the USB PD to charge my Delphini box. So I can even use this to daisy chain with that one. So, very cool. Very, very cool. So you'll be seeing more of these. I'm going to start, going over all. I have a whole bunch of them. I have a stack of them. Every time one showed up on Vine, I grabbed it. But I if I can find the batteries, I'm hoping to have a solar setup going by next week. So as long as I can find the 6 batteries, the 6 12 amp hour batteries, which should be enough. I could run 8 if I have to. I might just run the 10 amp hours because I have 8 of them and I have them already, so why not? So I know where the solar panel is. I know where the charge controller is. It's right there. I think I know where all the batteries are. Worst case scenario, I can use this box and 2 of the 20 amp hour batteries I have right here until I find the other ones. But yeah, I should be able to have a printer 100% solar powered by next week. So I'm hoping to do that. I'm thinking about setting it up right here on the table. And I can just run a hole outside, put the solar panel on the top of the carport right there. And eventually I want to 3D print a case that will fit the bottom of the printer, that will hold the batteries and the charge controller inside. So the printer will all be one unit. It'll be heavy, but it'll be one unit. And then you just have an MC4 connection, plug in your solar panels, and you're good. And then eventually we will replace it with the components like what we're going to find on here. So, for example, maybe I can, find a way of getting 2 more of these 20 amp hour batteries, because I think we decided it's better to go with the 20 amp hour. I don't got the $160 to buy 2 more right now, but I already have 2 of them. I know I can't really mix them with 216s. I know that's bad to mix different capacities, so I don't want to do that. I can't think of any other way to do it though. Yeah, I can't think of any other way to do it. I gotta have sets of 2. I need either 6 of the 12s or I need 4 of the 20s. Because I need 24 volts. That gets rid of the power supply for the printer, so I don't need the power supply anymore. What I might do is leave the power supply on the printer and simply splice in the 24 volts from the batteries, and then have a switch. So you can take the printer with you, and if you want to run it off of um, AC power, you can just plug it in, and then I should be able to output the power from the printer's power supply to the batteries, so that you could use it as a UPS. That we might be able to figure out a way to make that work, especially if we can find a cheap charge controller with shore power or something like that. I wonder if there's a way we can do that, so we can run UPS on AC power, but also run off grid if you have a solar panel. Ooh. Ooh, that's interesting. You know, you go to an event like Earth, they turn off the power at night. That's okay. It'll just run on its battery power. And then when they turn the power back on in the morning, it'll charge back up again. That'd be pretty cool. That would be damned cool, actually. Ooh, that's tempting. That's so tempting. Although, I don't think you could bring these batteries on an airplane. Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to bring these batteries on an airplane. Um, I wonder if they make exemptions for capacity. One hundred 60 watt hour max. Yes, so I guess they wouldn't like our kilowatt hour. Huh, because lithium iron phosphate is safer. Much, much safer. That's interesting. So how would you'd have to ship it? No, but it's limited to 160 watt hours. We're 5 times that. We have a kilowatt hour of power. Wow. So you couldn't bring a battery box or anything like that. Like even this one here, 268 watt hours is almost twice that size. Wow. That's interesting. Hopefully they'll update this, like, exceptions for lithium iron phosphate. The problem will be when people lie and say it's lithium iron phosphate. That's going to be the problem. So they would have no choice but just assume everything is the worst. But yeah, all right. So hopefully by next week we will have oh my god, a completely off-grid printer. That's the objective, to have a completely off-grid printer. Um, yeah, let's go from there. Let's see what happens. Also work on trying to get that pipe to set up the wind turbine. What? I don't get it. But I just think there's people who would like to be able to do that. You know, take a 3D printer camping, take a 3D printer to your cabin, you know, and be able to run it 24/7 without restriction, except for no heat bed. You can run the heat bed during the day, but you can't run the heat bed at night. So as long as your heat bed's off at night, you can 3D print anywhere, as long as you have the printer and a space to place the solar panel in good sunlight. So, be interesting. All right, I will see you guys next week. Now I've got to go see how many hundreds of dollars of food I have to throw away because the refrigerator stopped working. The freezer's still working, but the fridge stopped working. And I'm pretty sure at least half the food in that fridge is bad now. That sucks. That really, really sucks. Especially because I just put, you know, $100 worth of food in there. Nice. I can't afford to buy a new fridge right now, so we're gonna have to, you know, only get enough refrigerator stuff for the smaller fridges that I have. Until I can figure out where to get another fridge or try to fix this one because the freezer's still working, and I believe this I believe this fridge is the one that only the freezer cools, and then there's a transfer conduit with a fan between the fridge and the freezer. So it's if the freezer is still frozen, then that would indicate that the transfer pathway is either broken or clogged. Like I remember once our fridge back in Pennsylvania worked the same way. It iced over, so the air couldn't flow. So it could be that. I hope so. Yeah, basically instant compost, a whole bunch of instant compost. Well, the problem is it's hard to compost here because water's expensive and things desiccate very, very quickly. Like things dry out. Like you know, I could take any piece of food and toss it outside, and by the evening it'll be desiccated. By the next morning it'll be a dry husk. Because the humidity is so low. Even right now in our rainy season, it's still only 20% humidity. You know, when it goes to like 35% humidity, it feels great because you can breathe better. You can't see those parts of a freezer. They're behind a wall. Yeah, it's good for filament. Although I still have to dry filament. Filament will still absorb moisture over time. But yeah, it does take a lot longer. So we gotta see how much food we gotta throw away, what we can salvage. I'm not gonna risk anything. If it even looks at me funny, it's going in the garbage can because it's not worth getting sick over. Food poisoning can kill you. We used up most of the cheese. We made a whole bunch of you know, cheesy roll-ups and burritos and stuff yesterday just to use up all the cheese. But I got 700 kilograms of filament. I don't need more filament. What I need is ASA. I need lots of ASA. So now to see what we can save and see how much refrigerator space I can put together. I have the one little cooler I can use for the eggs. I'll just carefully put all the eggs in there because I got like 8 dozen eggs. I have shelf stable milk, so we could just stop buying milk for now. And there's enough space in the cooler to fit the shelf stable milk. I have electric coolers. They're compressor driven coolers. I can even make them freezers if I want to. And then I have we can start getting rid of some of the we can stop buying creamer and then we can use this fridge for some stuff. And then I have another little mini fridge I got for free. I haven't plugged it in yet. But it's a small one. It looks like a wine cooler, but it's an actual compressor refrigerator. So I can use that one as well. So we can put like, you know, the cheese and eggs in one mini fridge and, you know, the milk and sour cream and stuff like that in another mini fridge and go from there. You know, see what I can do to spread it out. Well, I guess this is going to get immediate use because I have an AC power supply for the one fridge, but not for the other one. I don't know where it's at. So I'm going to use the 12 volt on this, use it as a UPS, and just plug it into the wall, and that'll run one of the freezers. Fridge. We're going to use it as a fridge. And go from there. So, yep. Now comes the not fun part. I just went in the fridge yesterday and I grabbed the cheese and I was like, this doesn't feel cold. And I stick my hand in the cheese and pull it out. I'm like, this doesn't feel cold. I was like, no. So, yeah. It could be as simple as the freezer needs to be thawed out. It could be as simple as that. It could be as simple as the pathway got filled with ice, and so now you can't run anything. So probably the first thing I'm going to do is bring in the large cooler and set it up as a freezer, and transfer as much of my freezer stuff to the cooler as I can, and then get the freezer emptied so I can see the duct in the back. Because right now the freezer's packed, like literally it's packed. So I got to empty the freezer so I can see that duct in the back and see if it's frozen over. Because if it's that simple, then problem solved. Then we just have to thaw it out, and then the fridge will come back. We'll see. Because I can't buy a new fridge right now. I don't have the money. I just don't. Even a used fridge is $200 or $300. So let's hope it doesn't come to that. So that's it. I will see you guys later. And see you next week. Hopefully we'll have a completely off-grid printer running by next week.